Welcome in, Ninja Power. Sorry if the alerts are weirdly placed there. Yeah, hopefully that's better. We're gonna get started. I was checking on the bees. We're not getting. These things must be. Yeah, okay. These things power failed. They're getting steam from this guy. This guy is getting blaze rods. Maybe we ran out at some point. This should be fine. I was not getting any more of this blue thing here, phosphor, and I was worried that maybe I broke the logistics pipe. Congrats on your first, by the way, Ninja Power. It's very unusual for people to claim it so early in the stream. Usually someone claims it after like 2 hours of stream, so congrats. And yeah, thank you again for the follow. Appreciate it. We're back to Gregging today. We took a small break on Monday. We played FTB Skies 2. We're probably gonna have that schedule for the next month or so. I'm thinking Mondays are going to be FTB Skies and Thursday is going to be GTNH. I'm having quite a lot of fun in FTB Skies, so I do want to keep on playing it. It's just crazy fun. But we are back to Greg. We have some plans today. First off, I've been not doing this for 3 streams now. I said we were going to open these, I think 2 streams ago, and I never did because I got caught up in so many other things. I'm going to wait maybe 30 minutes to make sure, you know, if anyone wants to join and see what we get out of this. There's really nothing much we're looking forward from this. Like maybe CPUs, extra enchantment tables. I wouldn't say no to some energy crystals or carbon parts. Like carbon parts are super easy to make, but if I can avoid having to make this, that's gonna give us a leg up on nanosuit, which I'm gonna be looking into pretty soon. So we have a few projects today. The first one is going to be a bunch of LCE. That's going to be our new main source of power. Now we do not have the superconductor EV cables because that requires a pretty hefty amount of platinum. We have the uranium-238. We're at like 200,000 now. Yeah, like over 200,000. Yes, I can hydrate for sure. Thanks. So U38, we're super good on that, but platinum, we're not doing so well. Platinum, we're at 96, and we're not doing platinum right now, like the easy, you know, EBF recipe that gives you nuggets. We're not doing that anymore. I made that promise to myself a while ago. We were running off of like 200 something platinum. We're at 100. It's been a while. We know that the plat line is going to be right around the corner. So yeah, I don't want to do plat line without AE2. So I think we're going to do some EV automations, some EV like machines and stuff. So EV power. And then we're going to work on AE2 stuff. And then when AE2 is right there, we're going to use AE2 to automate the first version of the plat line. Is that multiple people? Are you talking about this run? This run is only me and Uwe. So yes, multiple, but only 2. Don't know if that answers your question, but yeah. We are doing super good on steel, iron, and gold as per usual. We did repair the blaze farm. And I even upgraded these barrels to use new ruby upgrades. So these things are they're stacking up pretty quickly, and that's very nice. Now that's according to these things here not being stuck, and it doesn't look like they are because the steel is running right now. So that is super great. Yeah, so as long as there's no items just stuck in here, we are doing fine. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're voiding blocks of diamonds right now. So we're also getting our blocks of diamonds. That is super great. I am flying thanks to the potion flask, which you can get by doing this recipe in MV. That is the first thing that I do when I get to MV. You kill a bunch of chicken, you get a chance to get a trophy from them. It does help to have looting, I believe, on your sword. It is somewhere around here. Yeah, this guy. So it is this guy here, it is a very small chance, so you don't know how much percentage that is, but it's a small chance. And I put looting, and we got 2 or 3 trophies without really going too crazy about it. But yeah, a feather, you get this potion flask, and then you get 7 minutes of flight. And it does help to have this atomic restore, because you see now it has, for example, 7 or 6 usage now on it. When it gets to 0, it doesn't break or anything, but you can't use it anymore. You just chuck it into atomic restorer with some it's behind here, but with some instrumentum, and you can repair it. So it's infinite flight. It's just every 7 minutes you have to drink it, and every 8 times 7 minutes, whatever that is, you have to repair it somehow. So that is the only thing. So we are going to be placing these LCs. Now, before I do the LCs, I think I want to look at something. Now, our fuel is doing great, but it was broken earlier, I think this morning. This thing was to 0, and I haven't played GTNH in a week, so that is probably why. The main issue was our oil. We keep on running out of oil, and I've moved it just today, so our oil setup is doing super great, but it's going through power like crazy. And we are running stuff passively non-stop, so we are like using some fuel. But you see, like within the day, we got 8 million fuel out of the oil, 9 million. And yeah, it's still going. So I think the processing is just as fast as we're pumping oil, because this thing's at 0. Now, there is a problem with that. This is great and all, but I have to move the pump all the time. I see 2 fixes to this. Either we change from fuel and we do biodiesel, or we could keep both, because technically diesel is more economical for the tetranitromethane, I guess, but it really doesn't matter. So we're doing, and we're using CBD everywhere, but what I'm thinking is we're gonna have fuel out of oil, but eventually we're gonna get much better pumps, right? And hey Nomsy, how are you doing? So yeah, so I hate moving pumps, so we might do a bit of biodiesel as well, which is why I have all of this here. We might get into some biomass stuff. I should have done this a long time ago, but for right now, what we're gonna do to kind of help with the fuel situation is I'm gonna be removing most of the fluid suppliers that we have that are running like this. All of this here, I'm going to be removing this, and we're going to centralize power. Now, the main issue with this is this whole area is mostly running off of HV. So I'm going to be passing a cable along with LP for an HV superconductor, but eventually that's going to have to get upgraded. But this is a very specific area. Everything else is over there. So I'm going to bring like a line of HV here, probably full. You sound mad fine. Thank you. New mic? No new mic. That's the same mic. I think I did do some very small adjustments because everyone was saying it was good, but I wasn't, fully You and Ruckus need to lock in and stop using LP. No, dude. Listen. I've had my fun with LP. We're not expending LP anymore. we're literally gonna start crafting AE2 components. So yeah, I know, but we're not giving up on LP. But we do have AE, but what I'm gonna do right now is I want to do Platline. I'm not going to do Platline with LP. No, thank you. We are going to do centralized power. We're going to get some EV machines that we need to make some AE2 stuff, because I'm not making 1K cells. We're not rushing Platline. Not at all. Like I'm getting into AE2 crafting stuff today. Centralizing power, hopefully. Well, centralizing power first so that we can get more EV machines. Nope. Just got a bit of lag. So centralized power so that we can have some pretty good EV machines automated with LP, and then we're going to use these machines to actually craft AE2 stuff. If I can find it. Where the heck is that thing? Applied energistics. Yeah, so I haven't started any of this, but like I'm not going to stop here. We're going to go all the way to 64, because the HV stuff is like HV circuits is easy. And these guys need EV assemblers, so we're going to be, fixing that up so that any EV recipe is easy. We can just put a machine down, automate it just the same way we do with everything else. And I don't know if you've seen this, Nomzy, but we do have this new area. This is where power is going to go, and this is where the EV stuff is going to go. So this is basically what you saw upstairs, but times 5 or 3 or whatever. It's much more. Now we're not going to fill this up, but I might start moving and putting some LV stuff, because this area here is going to have a bunch of these LCEs that we have right here. So we're going to be putting down 8 LCEs. We're going to, sort of centralize power, and then we're going to move power with this. Now, because we have some, challenges around here, we cannot make an IV transformer and transform up to LUV power and then use gallium whatever cables, right? So I gotta make EV superconductors as soon as possible, which means I need Platline. So right now, the only way we're gonna move power around, because I'm not moving HV power around, that's for sure, even though we have Supercon. Because I feel like Supercons are the HV ones are super expensive. Like, and I would definitely make like a big, 16x one. Where's this guy? Yeah, this guy is moving 96 amps. I mean, sure, but then I have to transform up whenever I want to do EV, and then like no thank you. So we're gonna do aluminum, and because that's freaking cheap, right? We're gonna do 16x aluminum, and we're gonna have 24 amps, of EV. So we're gonna be filling up that cable actually. So I'm gonna have to figure out what do we do with this. We can transform up to IV, but I don't really want to make an IV, casing or whatever. Even though we have tungsten steel. We're super good on titanium, so we gotta get going right now. I'm yapping too much. So we're trying to make running EV machines much easier. Thank you, Ninja, for joining Discord. Very much appreciated. I do try to do updates in there, but we are doing an FTB Skies 2 run these days. So yeah. What is it about? Well, the Discord is about pretty much anything you want. We do talk about dev. We talk about GTNH. We're going to talk about FTB Skies, maybe, I hope. But we are doing a community, it's a community server that Vin and Kat are hosting at Kat's Cozy Games. So there's a lot more going on their Discord, obviously, for that run, but yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure we're crafting and we're running stuff while I'm placing and building and whatnot. So we're placing LCs. We're going to need 16x aluminum wires. The other option is HV, but if we're making 24 amps of EV, Actually, are we making 24? Yeah, we're making 3 amps per. So if we're making 24 amps of EV, we're essentially making 96 amps of HV. Might as well just use a supercon, right? And then transform up as we need. I freaking hate it, but it makes the most sense. Yeah, I'll posture check for sure. We are sitting straight now. Yeah, I think this is going to be super weird, but I think we're going to make superconductors, HV ones, and we're just going to run that through everything, because we could fill up that cable and we could transform up where we need IV or EV, sorry. And then we could use aluminum wires, and that's going to be so much easier. I think we are going to make this. I hate this, by the way, but it's fine. It should be fine. It's going to be a bunch of transformer too, but it's fine. So let's do a bunch of 16x superconductor. Let's just start a new page here. Ruckus with the raid. How is it going, man? I couldn't catch your stream today. I feel like it was so short, or I don't know. I was so busy, but how is everyone? How was your stream? What did you get done? What did you work on? How's it going and all that? We're centralizing power, and hopefully we're gonna get some EV machine placed down and automated today, and we're gonna work on AE2 components and stuff. Epoxid, yeah, that's cool. I have to do epoxid as well. Didn't I see that we're blocked by epoxid for some components of AE2? Yeah, for 256. I think that's why I chose to do 64. You're making me question what I chose to do today now. No. Yes, we do need epoxy. So I guess we're not gonna get like the 64K cells today, but we're gonna have to figure out epoxid as well. And the main issue with epoxid for me is that we don't have phenol, and we don't have epichlorohydrin, I think. Yeah, we don't have the stuff to make this, because believe it or not, our oil setup doesn't do any byproduct. Got your first LUV circuit. That's freaking dope. We're about to do a crazy amount of superconductors. I just don't know how many. We're gonna want HV. I'm thinking like, can we do like 12 stacks? Maybe that's too much. We're using this recipe, right? So that is way too much. 128. So we're using diamond chests everywhere, so we got to make sure that we don't fill up our inputs with stuff, right? So I can't do 100. Well, I can, because it's going to use them as, you know, they're making it, but I got to think about the main thing is going to be this guy. This guy right here. That's going to be the main bottleneck. I don't even know if we have enough barium. That's not too bad, actually. Okay. Barium, oh boy. We did fix barium. Barium is a non-issue for us. I say that we have 3K, but it's processed in the ore processing, so we get a lot. So we can totally do 12 stacks of 16x supercons, and we're doing supercons because aluminum wires are only 16 amps, and we're going to be generating 24 amps of EV. Yeah, this is going to take forever though, I feel like. So here's the interesting thing. We do not have 8 million helium, and this is not going to generate 8 million helium. I think we have like 4 backlogged. Where is it? Helium, 4 million. So you know what? We're going to make it so that we're using 4 million helium. 4 stacks. 4 stacks seems a lot more reasonable. Now I have to make 80 stacks of the small ones, because we don't have a 16x like recipe. which also we're gonna send to this. We're not gonna send that in that small request table, although I want to be able to. Okay, I think we're gonna put a recipe for this. I just messed it up. Yeah, I think we said 5 stacks, right? We're gonna put a recipe in for this. We're gonna make an assembler do this. Now, we don't have an assembler for this, so the reason I'm doing this for anyone that's joining is we got a centralized power. Yeah, that is an assembler. We got a centralized power today. We need to fix up how we distribute power and fuel right now because it's kind of a mess. We're always running out. We should be distributing power and not fuel anymore. We have to get into AE2, so that's why we're getting into some serious, EV power. I could leave everything the way it is, and I could just power the new section that I just showed right before Ruckus joined. The new section here is going to be all EV stuff and the new power gen. So I could totally, and this is not finished, right? Oh, by the way, I haven't shown this. This is where the Twist full-size clean room is gonna go. Yeah, Twist full-size clean room is gonna be here, by the way. So if you were wondering how much stuff you need for the full-size Twist clean room, here it is. You need a shit ton of polyethylene, black steel. We're talking 40k black steel, essentially I think 70 or 80k of steel. Yeah, and this is basically going to be a building on its own, and that's going to be the door. And we're going to build inside the clean room. We're going to go down and stuff. And that's why I want to get AE2. Yeah, it's only 2.7 million concrete. That's like nothing. If you look at how much concrete or how much stuff you need for the concrete, it's nothing. The concrete is not the issue. The issue is the like 20 something K aluminum, and well, the steel is free, right? And this is why I'm going to go back here. I've connected this up to the rest of our factory as well, by the way. So everything here, and this is going to be a balcony. Me and Uwe, we were wondering, what do we do here? Like, how do we connect this up to this room? And a balcony is like the perfect freaking idea. We're gonna have LCs on a balcony. So yeah, black steel processing. Yeah, exactly. The black steel processing is gonna be an issue, and I gotta figure out how to process all of the stuff here, because all of our machines that are automated to do, I can do this, by the way. I can go in here. I'm yapping so much right now, but I can go in here and I could request 19k of this. Like, it's gonna go, right? But I know it's gonna get stuck somewhere because our buffers are only 108 stacks or something. And that's what I was trying to check, actually. These guys, it's 108 slots, and you need to have at least one slot for the output to come out as well, because we're using it for input and output as a buffer. Now I know I have one here, so we're gonna do this. And so we're setting up a basic assembling machine right now so that I can request a 16x right away, because otherwise I'm gonna have to do this by hand, and I'm gonna have to fill up this poor table. How difficult is it to cancel? It's very easy, Vin. If you want to cancel a recipe, you just reboot the server. Now, I can let you imagine how that could cause a problem if you're doing reboots every day, right? So you can't run this 19k recipe because I'm rebooting the server every freaking day. So it's never going to be finished within 24 hours. And this is one of the reasons why you can't finish the game with LP unless you're doing like reboots every week, and all of your recipes are only done for like a week worth of time of processing or whatever, right? So yeah, we were talking about like LP only runs, and yeah, that's the first issue that I see. Let's get going here. I'm talking too much, not doing enough, but I'm happy you guys are here. I wanna highlight and say this. So we're getting this. We're gonna have power wherever we're putting this. Not worried. We're gonna need a recipe. Yeah, we're gonna need a crafting. I haven't done this in such a long time. Yeah, poor Evangel. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do this, but props to them, you know. Yeah, I haven't played GTNH seriously in like a week, and that's all Vin's fault. Vin and Cat's fault. because I'm having so much fun on FTB Skies. I was actually wondering if I should do GTNH or FTB Skies today. I wanted to do FTB Skies, but I did say in my Discord we're gonna do half and half because I don't want to just drop GTNH, right? We have so much to do, so we shouldn't stop. Like we're not at a point where we're waiting for recipes for like a while, right? So not the greatest timing, but you know what? It still works. We're making it work. I'm still doing so much off stream because I'm having so much fun, like I said. That's not what I want. I'm getting there. You know, different. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. The Close the Isle is not going anywhere anytime soon. I was wondering though, I don't know if I asked it or not, but what's the plan after the month? Like, I think I've asked you, but I didn't see the answer. What's the plan after 2.8 is out? Like, are you gonna keep the server up? I'm so hyped still, and I'm playing. Yeah, so we want to filter on the machine for the 16x wires. We're gonna put this at 16x. Okay, I was worried for a second. And I didn't bring my MK4. Assuming the server remains solid. I heard about that and I was like, oh man, poor Vin is learning about being a sysadmin is. Yeah, no reason not to keep it up as long as I am able. I want to make an offer right now, Vin, and I'm pretty serious. If you get to a point where you cannot run it and people want to keep it online, you tell me and I'm gonna host it. If you want to do that, right? Obviously, like I have space. I'm about to make more space for servers and stuff. I could totally just host it. If you ever get to a point where, I don't know, your GTNH run is taking up all the RAM on your server, whatever it is, you tell me and I'm gonna keep it on because one, I freaking love it. The name is freaking great and the people on there, all the people, that's freaking amazing. I've been looking for a community server for a while and hoping someone would do one. And the fact that it's you guys that did it is so much better. Like I don't want to team up with people, right? I want to play on a server where people are. It's totally different from GTNH. I wanted an MK4. And also, I think, you know, I wasn't really into the kitchen mod sync, like mod pack or whatever. But FTB Skies looked like it had a proper quest book, right? And I'm still like I'm still kind of lost because I do like the GTNH like hand holding in the quest book. That helps me a lot because I don't have to ask myself what do I do next, which I am missing a bit in the FTBS 2 pack, but I'm still like, it's sandbox basically, right? You do whatever. I just have to figure out what I want to do. And I made some plans. I'm not gonna say anything because I haven't really said anything anywhere yet, but I have some pretty crazy ideas for my island. I think I have some good ideas. I hope I can execute them as good as I think they are, you know? But yeah, I do have a spoiler over there, so I'm gonna say it, but there's a very small spoiler on my island, but it doesn't really tell you much. But yeah, I have some ideas. See, so it's different, so it's cool. I don't know. Questbook helps a lot, and the FTB pyramid is a nice goal. I haven't looked at it yet. I did see it on your stream, but I haven't looked at it yet. So right now, my challenge is trying to stay consistent with both FTBS and GTNH. Because usually when I start another pack, I go all in one and I drop everything else, which is not very good because then, you know, stuff just doesn't work out. I don't like splitting my focus everywhere, but this time I'm having so much fun with FTBS that I think it's fine. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm trying to juggle right now, yapping and and doing the stuff. Okay, so we do this. We're gonna do a test run. I am not doing 100 whatever times this recipe. Yeah, 80 times this recipe for it not to work. I'm gonna ask for 116x. We're gonna look at the page. It is already pretty long. It is a lot of titanium, but we are good on titanium. We have 27k, we have 5k that is basically ready. I think I do have a recipe for the, no, I don't have a recipe for the ingot. I could add this, but yeah, we're doing this passively. We have extended and fixed our setup. We did this pretty late, so it was pretty ugly, but now it's better. And it's actually overkill, but it had a lot to process. So this thing's running nonstop, but its power failed. I haven't really checked on anything yet. All I did today on GTNH to prep for today is I started two stacks of HV circuits, 4 stacks of MV, just so that I know we're going to start doing HV, or we're going to do AE2 components, and these are going to use HV circuits. So we made 2 of these, 4 of these, just so that we can save some time on crafting. And I don't know about this guy. This guy's not using any, I think. Yeah, no. And it's actually already doing it's doing the these things. The pumps are done. The pipes are done as well. This stuff is very fast. Keeping a base amount of ingots like this in our system would be a very good idea. Like I could batch craft a bunch of this with like just ask for it. Yeah, because right now we're gonna go check the EBF. I'm suspicious that this thing is not running. Okay, it is running. Maybe it's just long. This is 1 minute per. So just a real quick math. We're making 2 cables every minute, right? And every cable is, we're making 2 ingots every minute. And this thing is 2 cables for 1 ingot, right? 2 cables for 1 ingot. So we need 5120 divided by 2. So we need this amount, so 10 stacks of ingots divided by 2. So it's gonna take 1200 minutes. 1200 minutes. So 21 hours to do all this. It's okay. We do not need all of the cables. So I can just start this. The main problem is there's going to be a server reboot in between, so not so good. So what I'm going to do is, we do have the 16x. We're just going to place everything. I'm going to start the recipe tomorrow morning right after the reboot, and then we'll get all these cables. For now, this is fine. We got to do some other stuff before anyway. Yeah, so this is going. I just want to see 16x, and then we can move on. We are going to pick up this. We're going to move our CBD production. We're going to move it from, I can go check this out. So here's a small problem. All of the power is mainly used here. The CBD is being stocked here in the main fluid net, or the main fluid storage right here. We did add these fluid storage monitor covers. They just look cool. So we're storing all of the CBD here. It's leaving from here and it's going into a bunch of machines, right? It's mostly going here, a bit here, some of it there, like not a lot, but for RPOC, it's mainly running off steam here actually. And then we have these multi-blocks. These are using a lot of CBD. Now, here's what I have in mind. CBD is being made here. It's being made right now, right here. And what I'm thinking is we have fuel that's here that's not being stored in the mainnet. It's being stored over at the oil factory. So what I'm thinking is we're going to move CBD, the quad LCRs that you just saw. We're going to move it around here, probably under here. And I don't know if we can make a quad. Yeah, we could make a quad. So fuel is being mixed here. And what I'm thinking is we're going to move the mixer under here. So probably here. This LCR is making heavy and light fuel. Yeah, it's making heavy and light fuel behind here. Yeah, light fuel, heavy fuel. And it's mixing it up, right? So we could just output this underneath into the mixer. So same setup that's here. And instead of storing it, I think we're just gonna put it straight into CBD production, and we're gonna output CBD into a tank. And that tank is gonna be linked up with a long distance fluid pipeline, and it's gonna go all the way back to the main power gen. This way we can move power and not fluids. And also we're removing some fluid packets from the LP network. I think that's gonna help a whole lot. And this is why we're doing SuperCon, because we have so many cables to move around that we need to have lossless cables, right? Also, it's part of our challenges. It's part of our rules for this run. So how are we doing on this? Yeah, so we're 2 out of however many cables that was. Yeah, so we're at 12. We're waiting for 4 more. So I think step 1 is we're just gonna place down and maybe cable up the LCEs that are gonna go here. That means just placing down the machines, putting down the fluid hatches, sort of configuring the fluids. I don't know if I should do this with LP. These guys are quite hungry on resources. They use oxygen, which we're good with. It is optional, but I'm gonna give them oxygen. So this way they're gonna make 3 amps, right? So oxygen 40 liters per second times 8, and then also lubricant, it's 1,000 liters per hour. So it's going to be 8,000 liters of lubricant per hour, which we can totally manage. I think we're making it somewhere. We do have like a bunch of lubricant right here. So we're going to have a backlog. I'm going to keep an eye on this, see if it goes down. We're making it in one of the machines here passively. Yeah, this guy. So that's it. So we're just going to make sure that we're good on lubricant. And I think we're just doing oil. Yeah, okay, so we're just doing oil, distillery. This should be quick. So this is running at LV circuit 24, right? With normal oil. So this is making, it's very wasteful, but it's making 6 liters per 0.4 seconds. I said 8, right? 6. So 6 every 0.4 seconds. So just a quick math while we're waiting on our stuff. We're making the recipe 150 times every minute. We're producing 6. So we're producing almost 1,000 every minute. So we are definitely good. Ooh, this guy is crafted already. Yeah, it's already gone. So there it is. 16x SuperCon. So that's going to be our output for the whole power setup. We are going to need to figure out how to transform this. Now, obviously, we could just use some high amp transformers. Probably, yeah, we're going to have to do EV to HV. I'm thinking we just put this, we just put this behind every LCE. They're going to output 3 amps. It's going to give us whatever the rest in HV once converted is. Which is going to be 3/4 of 16 amps. So about 12 amps, I think. So we're going to get 12 amps per LCE. But that does mean that we need to make 8 of these guys here. So let's do this. This should be easy. Should be. I'm worried about this guy, not so about this guy. Maybe this guy as well. I did remove all the coil recipes, but apparently I added them back, so yay for me, I guess. Yeah, this should be easy. Cool. So we can make, I'll make 10. We are gonna have 10 LCs eventually, so might as well. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna ask for 10 of all of this, and then just pray. I guess we had everything, so we're gonna start with this, and yeah, and that's the good one, right? 4 amp to 16 amp, and that's it. Cool. So cabling wise, we're gonna need, I'm probably just gonna put 16x behind this. I'm not gonna try and be smart about putting like a 12 amp cable on every one of these all the way into, you know, the 16x wire. I'm just gonna put 16x everywhere. I don't want to mess around with this too much. Cool. So this is the transformers. Cabling wise, we could probably request for a bunch of cables. I think we can. Yeah, we don't have any circuits, so I'm just gonna ask for a bunch of superconductors. We're gonna do a stack for now. A stack should be enough. We said 21 hours divided by 5. 4 hours. I don't need the full stack, so that's fine. This is what's great about LP, right? Like, right now, we wouldn't have AE2 because of all the rules. We can't rush for it and just, you know, skip to IV and get a bunch of stuff, like, more easily. So I feel like LP was a very good move early on. Okay, we're still good on Micah. If like me, you're playing very slow, LP is definitely a good thing. I think we can make this now. Almost. We're missing some gold cables. And they're coming in. Yeah, this is making coils. Gregsing, yeah, we are Gregsing. I was really... Welcome, Mui, by the way. I was really wondering if I would FTBS or this. I chose to follow whatever the vote on Discord was, and I'm doing Greg. You don't want to make Greg angry, right? Angry Greg is... No, you don't want this. We're doing centralized power. We're doing some quick rewiring. I'm gonna have to do a lot of cabling. But we're not gonna have all the cables today because these guys take forever. They're also using a lot of stainless steel. We don't see the full amount, which I don't like. I would prefer if they kept the number to whatever it was, even though I understand why they don't, they decrement the number. I would prefer to see or be able to like shift or something, right? And see how much was that at first, you know? So I could tell this recipe was like this many ingots of whatever. But I get why they do this. And also I would actually do green for like when you're done, and I would do gray for like I'm working on it, or some other colors, right? Like I get it, gray is like done, I'm not doing this anymore, but yeah. Anyway, I did not check if we were gonna fill up that pump buffer. We're gonna go check that. I didn't even check if a stack was gonna mess something up. Yeah, this is filling up. Thanks to the thing that prevents machines from filling up with the same item for the single blocks. Because otherwise, yeah, that wouldn't be so great. What are we waiting on? We're waiting on motors. Where are you guys? Okay. What are you missing? You're missing a bunch of silver cables? Okay. Given that we did request a bunch of 2x for the coils, that makes sense. We can see that here. Yeah, 2x or 4x are done. 2x are done, so these guys must be going right now. Yeah, there it is. 4x and 2x. That's happening. It's super cool that you can check this as well. I promise we're not just going to be looking at recipes happening. Although I should have put this in the storage. That would have saved us a bunch of resources and also a bunch of time. It's never too late. I'm going to put it in storage because we're going to do more of these cables, right? So this is like dumb, easy, mixed storage. Just for dumb stuff like this. That was the last stream, I think, or the one before. How about we open up some loot bags? I've been saying this for 3 streams, and we never did. I'm thinking it's about time we open these guys up. I was waiting to see if anyone was going to notice, but I forgot every stream about these guys. So I think we're just going to spam this. Everything's going to go in here and here. And we're going to open for... I'm actually, the only thing I'm really interested in is maybe the carbon parts, just so that I don't have to make them. Ender IO item conduits are good. Stainless steel is super good as well. Even though we have like so much. Enchantment tables, I would say yes. Everything else is useless. We're just doing this for the lols. I wouldn't say no to a bunch of electric pumps or motors. Like, that could help with the 16x superconductor stuff, right? So yeah, I guess we're just gonna go for it. So let's just spam click this thing. Let's remove this just to be sure. Make some space. Yeah, I guess that's... Oh, I see some carbon. We don't care about the IT&T. That's a lot of stuff. Ooh, I see some carbon parts. These guys are good as well. The advanced circuit boards, we do not have epoxy. So this is nice. Let me just fix this real quick. This feels like not a lot of stuff for like a stack of frickin' a stack of loot bags, but hey. I guess biotite. So we got 28 stainless steel, 4 titanium. That's like nothing. Soldering alloys, whatever. Polyethylene, PTFE. We got some epoxy boards, advanced circuit boards, and the good ones as well. Like, that's not crazy, but you know. We got 1 battery, 1 jetpack. Very useful, you know, when you have like flight already. These guys are kind of whatever, but I wanted to get them so that we can make the nano suit. Like, we can make this. I've just been waiting for this. Now, I would have liked to see some night vision goggles, but I don't see any right now. That would have been super great. Because, I don't know, it's just a recipe I don't want to deal with, right? I guess we're still gonna have to make it. So we got some circuits. I guess drawers are nice. What else? This is okay. And some components. So it's nothing crazy, but I don't even see any pumps. Right? Whatever that is. Food, I guess. So yeah, it's not crazy, but at the same time, kind of expected, right? This is HV loot bags. I was wondering if we just upgrade them. We still have a stack. I'm thinking we're gonna upgrade these to EV, and then whenever we get some more books, because that's the main issue, I could make a bunch of motors. I don't even think this is worth it. I think I want to upgrade these again, because I want to get some dimensional transceiver and I want to get some ender chest, and Ender tanks. That would be so nice. That would fix the how do we move CBD around problem, because we could put CBD for the LCs, and we could put CBD where it's being generated, and we could, if we have a big area that we don't want to, you know, bring all the power from the main the new LCs, if we don't want to bring this over, it's a great way of just moving fuel quickly around. Okay, so this is going down, this is happening. I think we made, no, that's the one we asked for. Yeah, I think so. No, the other one is here. So we got 2 cables. We're rich. I could technically, right, real quick. So these guys do 6. That means the 2x does 12. I could technically put a 2x for every LCE. We could save some cables by doing this. But I don't like this. I don't like this because it's messy. It's like you're mixing cables of different amperage, and I know I'm gonna mess up, and that's why I don't like it. So we're not gonna do this. We're gonna keep on crafting these guys. We can make these guys now though. I think we're just waiting for copper and nickel. We're gonna go check what's up with that. I did move and set up a thing for this. I think right here. Nope. What's this thing? I know it's a fluid extractor with an assembler somewhere. I thought it was here, but broke something. Nope. Yeah, I really don't know where I put this. Oh. That's our super cons. Ooh, okay, yeah, so I set it up with the new EV machines. That's what I did. Cool, so tin is here. We're missing the mica insulator foil. Let's go check where it is in the... Yeah, okay, we are. Cool. So let's go check where we're making this. And I know where we're making this. We're making this in one of the arrays downstairs here. We have an array that's making circuit 10 bending machine stuff. I think it's this guy here. And it doesn't have anything, which is very concerning. But I think it's normal because the other one was also blocked, right? Oh no, they're just going. See? Patience. That's all you need. We should be seeing this coming in real quick. By the time I went from my request table to the array of bending machines, the thing was already done and gone. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna get our transformers. We're gonna go place the LCs down. We're just gonna figure out cabling, like where do we put all the cables, all the pipes, everything we need. I'm gonna keep doing fluid suppliers. Now we need 2 fluid suppliers per LCE, and we need 1 pipe that's gonna do CBD. Now for the CBD, there is a very special way of setting this up. I think you need to have input hatches, yeah, next to a gearbox for every one of these. So, and I think the maintenance hatch as well. One of the casing, okay, so everything needs to be in this row here. Like if you look at it this way, right? Everything needs to be here next to a casing. Or is that a middle casing? No, it needs to be a gearbox casing, right? Yeah, next to a gearbox. So it needs to be next to this here. Okay, so that's fine. It could be any of the two middle rows, essentially. Now, what I think we're gonna do is, I think we're gonna have one side that has an input hatch for CBD. Everything's gonna be coming from the bottom. The other side is gonna be LP. We're gonna input lubricant and oxygen. And the output is probably going to be, well, the output's going to be the power in the back, and that's going to go down. This thing cannot go anywhere else other than this. I think something needs to be next to the muffler hatch, doesn't it? Casing must not be obstructed. There's something about the muffler hatch. Top, middle, back, right. So this thing above the rear, yeah, this thing can only go there, so that's fine. Okay, so let's get her stuff and let's go set that up. Hello, you. Sure. After this is set up, we're gonna figure out how to place down, how to move CBD rather. And then when we have all of this set up, hopefully today, if I don't yap too much, we're going to do some EV machines that we're going to come and place here. And I think one of the main things is for some of the 64 components. Now, all of this is cheated in, so it's world edited in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I could wall share all of these. No, I'm not going to wall share them. It is pretty stupid because titanium is very, very expensive, but we do get titanium, for free, right? We have an ad going on as well. Can we place this while the ad is going on? Maybe we wait. Let me go check something else real quick. I can stall for 2 minutes. Actually, I should take a break. Yeah, that's what I should do. We're gonna go take a quick break. I'm gonna be back in 3 or 4 minutes, real quick, and then we'll place DLCs. I want to make sure nobody's missing anything really important here. I'll be right back. Okay. We are back for some LC action, for real this time. Now, they're obviously not going to work right away because we need to figure out the CBD, move it around real quick, but I think we can do a lot today with this. Progress is progress, right? Whatever it is, that's fine. So I'm just going to erase all of this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're not removing the, well, actually, I'm going to be removing all the netherrack, sorry. There it is. So we know that this is the back, right? This should be, I've prepared all of this a while ago. This should be everything we need. Now, technically, I can use this, right? We can just place this, just using that. So I think they're 4 long, yeah? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the front. Now again, I'm not gonna wall share them. Should I? Probably. But who cares, right? It looks so much better without the wall sharing, and also it makes it so we can do the cabling on the sides. Technically, I could probably figure out how to do all the cabling underneath. Maybe we will. I'll see. But actually, I think we are gonna do cabling from underneath. Which we could probably just, so we need oxygen, lubricant, and we need fuel somewhere, right? Which we can put here. Can we? No, they need to, yeah, they need to be attached to the 2 middle ones. So we can put 2 here, and then we could put 1 top here. Not here, but actually like here. I'm trying to think. I think this here is fine. If I do this, so this should be, no, we're gonna want 1 more. So if we stack this 7 times, all of these guys should have this. So we can hide most of the LP piping underneath, and then we can just have one pipe coming out the side. Now, technically, that is incorrect. The pipe is going to be here. Meaning that this guy can go back there. So we're going to have the inputs all here. I think that's fine. Yeah, that should be fine. I do like that this is a pattern as well, but that's just me. I'm gonna do this because I don't want it to place all this stuff for me. This we can keep. This as well, or I'm gonna place these by hand. Hopefully it figures out how to place everything. XT with the disposable income. Congrats on disposing of your income. You know, everyone's dreams, I'm sure. Just having disposable income to dispose of, right? I don't know what I'm saying. I guess we still had input hatches, or it took them from my, oh right, because this is the, I'm gonna say smart, but not smart. Hydrate. I should hydrate. Didakai also showing that he has money. Thank you. I am hydrated now. So I think we are good. I just had, yeah, this thing. This thing's weird. So we're just, I want this in the back. I thought I was gonna put this in the back. What's the muffler condition for this? Muffler is top, middle, back, above the rear gearbox. So this was wrong, right? I'm not crazy. I swear I'm not crazy. So now it shouldn't see anything else. It's okay, it's messing up so weird. Like, first off, I don't want this. It didn't pull the input, right? No. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna place all of this by end, which is fine. So we're not gonna do muffler, and we're not gonna do maintenance. Dynamo is the only one that seems to always work. Cool. So you know, I'm sort of showing that we have disposable income as well, because I'm not wall sharing these. That's my way of showing off, I guess. So yeah. Let's bring these guys back. Wall sharing is yucky. I agree. Sometimes, you know, the aesthetic of just not wall sharing is so worth it over, you know, trying to be smart and, I don't know, you know, saving materials and nah, we're not about that. We're just about showing off here. That's what we do. Okay, and then we're gonna recoup a bunch of casings from underneath. Technically the side ones as well. Let's not forget about this. I do like the pattern here. We have 2 blocks, 1 block, 2 blocks. We have the power in the back. Okay. So we're gonna do input. This is just gonna be a bunch of fluid suppliers. I'm probably gonna need to get more, which makes me think I can just do this while we're building. We have 8 times 3, 24. We're smart. We can math. Trust. Okay, and I have to do the sides as well. So right here, this is an exception, but I'm gonna do it. We're just gonna do this every 2, and I think this is fine because 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, because we have 10, so we have an even number, so we can skip this and we can put 2 input hatches. This is going to be a pipe, like an actual GT pipe, so because it's going to be coming from a long distance fluid pipeline plus some pipes, so it's not going to be LP. Okay, so here, not here, here. I should place those. Have you made the Eye of Harmony? Not even close. You know, we're not there yet. We are close to the Eye of Wood, which is like the cheap version, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's not cheap, but you know, it makes only the LV or the overworld stuff. So yeah. Oh no, we haven't made a Stargate. If you're asking ever and not just this run, I haven't made any of those 2 ever. We got to the end of IV, and that's where we stopped our previous and first run. And then we had some break in between. A pretty long break actually, for like a year or probably more. And this run is my comeback to GTNH. So I do know a bit, you know, up until IV, but I certainly haven't made all of the stuff and all of the content. So I do take any advice you may have, you know, within reason. And yeah, okay, this guy's not formed. Yeah. So we cannot change these guys. I think I'm gonna put them here. Talking about the maintenance hatches. Assuming you have the platinum line in the end line. No, so we do not have the plat line yet. I did make a plat line before, but I'm waiting for AE2 to make the plat line, and we do need the plat line to get EV superconductors. If you do ! rules, you're going to see that we have a bunch of rules around building, around which wiring we're allowed to use, and we only use supercons around here. So we gotta be yeah, we gotta do the extra work. And this is why I'm doing power right now, because we're gonna power EV machines, and we're gonna do some AE2 components and get into AE2. It's rules with an S, by the way. Right. Let's do this. You know what? Let's place it by hand. Thank you, Didakai. Okay. We're gonna be placing all of this by hand now. We have nothing left, so I counted all of this correctly. I mean, we're all sharing, so it's pretty easy, right? Minus the input bus? I'm short 1? No, it's here. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure I counted these, right? So yeah, so around the rules, we do have a bunch of stuff that's already done and is not going to affect the run anymore. As you can see, I have many hearts. So we've done all the food, all the arts. We still have some food to eat. Not yet Ethan. We have less than half a page, or I'll call this half a page. We have like half a page worth of food to you know, to still make and eat. There's some weird stuff in here that is tree breeding related and whatnot, which I don't know if we're ever gonna do, but maybe that's a cool, you know, nice goal we could have of clearing this up. So we do have like not the probably official ore proc setup, and we definitely do not have the you know, IV EV ore proc setup. We have like a mix of steam, sifter, and single blocks ore proc. This is ore proc. So all of this comes in here. This is the input. Everything that's not filtered properly through the Ordic item sinks, this is all with LP, by the way, is all going back in here. So this is the unfiltered like output, if you will. So you see rare hurt is here. That's probably because we need to place it somewhere in here. Also, we should technically not be sending this here. We do have a place to process the rare earth into yttrium or whatever it's called, right? That's the main thing we want. Yttrium, and there's something else. Yttrium, and I think it's argodite or green. It's one of these guys, one of the weird ones. This guy, argodite CD for cadmium. So rare earth 1 right now is our main source of cadmium and yttrium. So yeah, I'm not going to change this here, but this is the ore proc. It's not even fully, you know, done setup. We need to add a lot of ores, a lot of filter cards like this, item sinks. We do have a very stupid limit of every ore dict can only have this much items in it, which is really not great, but it works. We can just spam more and, you know, scale up the input buffers, and most of the time that's fine. And yeah, it's working, and it's all parallel, so like all these guys are working in parallel. We are currently making AE2. That's what I just said right before you probably joined in. We're working on EV power to get EV machines automated, like for crafting with LP. And then we're gonna be automating some of the AE2 components so that we can hopefully get into AE2. So we have 8 cable here, so we can do this. We're waiting on the suppliers. I'm also gonna get some pipes. We're gonna do the piping for the fuel right away. Now I'm concerned. I want to use tiny nether star fluid pipes, but this is gonna create a huge backlog of CBD into pipes, which I'm not a big fan of. I'm thinking maybe we do Ender IO our fluid conduits. It's just gonna be for like the long distance fluid pipeline, a tank to every turbine or every LCE. So I'm thinking this is probably fine. Nomsy's not gonna like this. I don't care. This is like very like low, like small distance and low throughput. I don't need this to be quick in any form. Now the fluid suppliers seems to be stuck. Ooh, because it's waiting for a bunch of stuff. Yeah. So this is what happens when you do a big craft. Most of the time, stuff is getting stuck. It's not what I want. Yeah, see, so there's 2 recipes in here, and they're sort of conflicting each other. And what happened is we didn't have any basic logistics pipe, so it requested basic and it requested the passive supplier modules. So there's 2 recipes worth of stuff in here. So we can take out this, the blank module in the circuit, and it should go. I did say should go. We're missing the 16x wires. So these should be... Ooh, I know what's happening. The EBF is running our superconductors, and this thing cannot run. Let's do this. It's gonna take 40 seconds and then it's gonna run. So yeah, this base is like our HV, if you will, sort of base with all the automation, the big LP network. The plan is we do have some plans for a much bigger base because we have Twist installed, right? We're gonna want to get into Twist for a bunch of stuff. And Twist machines are notoriously very big. So we're gonna need more space. We're gonna stay in the overworld. But we're gonna do our own thing, our own Twist, right? We're gonna stay in the overworld, but we're gonna cheat it a little bit. I don't want to deal with terraforming anymore, and we have some great ideas, so we're gonna be figuring this out. Okay, so this is gone. We should get the wires now. There it is. So we need 8 more. Where's the rest of my cables? This is what I don't like about LP. I made a request on the one thing that does not have a monitoring upgrade, and now I don't know, I have to figure out where this thing is stuck. And I hate it. I hate it for this sometimes. So like there's 8 fine wires that are supposed to be here and they're not. And I have to figure out where they are. Now, we should have like a redstone alloy ingot in here, right? But we don't. I'll worry about this later. We do have circuit 3 right here. Is it circuit 3? It is. So like this thing is not here, which means we don't have the ingot, we don't even have the dust. So it could be a mixer problem. Let's go check the mixer. We have a bunch of mixer around here. It is not here. Thankfully our machines are like in a line, sort of. I think this... Okay, I think this thing is circuit 2, yeah? I really don't know where it is. I would expect it to be this guy, actually. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to... Well. So it is this guy. And it's not here. So weird. World map with the posture check. I'm sitting weird. Thank you. Okay, I don't know what's up with this guy. Like, unless we made a recipe that we were not supposed to make, which is very possible, but no, it is 8. Okay, what is it missing then? Steel plates, okay. Steel plates instead of this guy. This guy wants the bolts. There it is. Okay, figured it out. Okay, so that's gonna run. I'm pretty sure the rest is good. We just gotta be careful sometimes. We should, like, the solution here is we need more machines. While we're waiting for this, let's go place the transformers. They don't need any setup, I think. Actually, they might need to be stepped down. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna face it this way, because these are... Ooh, these are EV... Yeah, no, that's fine. Just to confirm, they're EV 4 amps buffered. So they're gonna go 4 amps into this and make HV, which it's already set to. So all we gotta do is place them down, face them the right direction, and we'll be good. So we want to see yellow. If we don't see yellow, I don't think that it's gonna explode or anything, but this is good. Yeah, no, this is not good. Yeah, so facing south, 4 amps of EV into 16 amps of HV. And all of this is gonna go in this beautiful cable right here. And this is all going to connect together, and that's going to be our main spine. Now, I should probably make a battery buffer. I have 2 issues with that. If I want to do battery buffers, like 96 amps means 96 batteries, or I have to find and make like a multi-block battery thingy, which I think UE found like a multi-block that I've never heard about, that is like before the LSC. I can't remember what the name of this thing is. I don't know if Uwe is around and if he remembers. It's ugly, it's brown. I feel like conductor. It's using some weird blocks as well. Not the Tesla stuff. Let's check the quest book. I think it was in the quest book. Maybe you can do battery buffers of higher tiers and then transform down. Yeah, that was another idea. Like I could do EV bat buffer, like a 16. We have 16 amps of, or sorry, we have 24 amps. I was thinking we do like 4, or we do 8 4 amp, or so like 4 slots EV, and then we just output this directly. Yeah, power station control node. Thank you, Mr. Extreme. Power control thingy. Power station control node. This thing is so ugly. That's the first comment I have about this. It's scalable, but I don't know why, but this sounds like why I should just make an LSC as soon as possible instead of this. And I think LSC is EV or IV, I think. So we're very close to it. And this is just a lot of crap that I don't think I want to deal with. Yeah, I just HV tungsten steel, we do have that. Chrome iron nickel. Like we could do this, it's just I don't know, it feels not good. I don't know if it's the color or mind you, this is probably my mod pack or my resource pack doing this. Yeah, I just don't know about this guy. So I think one of the good solutions would be a bat buffer for every... What is this? A bat buffer for every one of them into a transformer, into a cable. That could be fine. It's a lot though. It's a lot of battery buffers, a lot of batteries, 16 EV batteries, which I don't even know if we can make Lapotron. Oh, it's just HV? Oh yeah, we can make this. Okay, this is easy. Very easy, actually. We could make a recipe for this. These guys do not play well with LP. Anyone that knows how IC2 is crap for some of their NBT or whatever, like we tried automating the energy crystals and they work, but they don't show up in the system properly. And we've tried so much stuff, but we could automate the Lapotron. I thought you needed, I guess what I had in mind was this recipe. Yeah, that's the recipe I had in mind. That needed an EV machine. Okay, so we could do this. This is an EV assembler, but we could probably afford one. Just put it here, right here, and then automate it real quick. We could also do it by hand. So let's just do this. I mean, oops. Probably gonna do this guy. Although we're gonna have to stop the EBF. Do we have any vibrant? We do have vibrant. Okay, so we're gonna do vibrant for sure. So we're gonna do this guy. It's also gonna be faster. We're gonna need 16 of these. Right? Because I don't think we want to just do power. I think we do want to have a battery. For things with 0% in their craft, I check how it shows as a craftable item in AE2, bookmark it in place. We've tried this. We've tried all of this. We've tried bookmarking the recipes from NEI. We've tried taking the items. There's something that happens when the item gets crafted and when it gets moved into storage. When it gets moved into any storage, a chest, a drawer, whatever it is, it changes somehow. You're saying it works. Does it work with LP or does it work with AE2? That's my question. For AE2, I know it works. We're talking about LP. Something in LP is just not liking how, like I've tried what you would usually do for AE2 that I think you're describing. and it doesn't work with LP. I don't know why. It just doesn't want to recognize it or whatever it is. And we haven't made any item that has like a buffer, like, you know, an energy level or durability on it with LP. So I don't know how well they work with this, but yeah. Okay, so this is 32, that's fine. 32, that's fine. So maybe we do these by hand instead of wasting time doing a bunch of automations that we're going to use just for now. We are going to need a bunch of these guys. This is IV, you know? Yeah, we need these guys. So these are easy. We just do this. We just do this. And that's it. We have our chests, we have titanium plates, we have all of this is automated. So that's the easy part. I think we're gonna do this guy by hand as well. So let's look at lapis. Wait. Let's do this with the block. So 22 blocks, so that's fine. I played with LP and MVHV, it was pretty fun, but I struggle with liquid, so rushed AE2. Yeah, no, totally. We're at a point right now where we had so much troubles with liquid that we're not rushing AE2, but I cannot wait for AE2. Like, sort of teleportation of your fluids instead of having them as packets going around your base is going to be a game changer. We also did a quick change on how we, you know, send fluids. I do see a lot of packets, but I'm going to assume that this is fine. We used to use partials and all of the, I used to, you know, set everything as partial in the fluid pipes. And that's an issue because you're sending thousands of packets of like 1 or 2 millibuckets of whatever your fluid is. So if you're using LP to move around your fuel, you're going to do this a lot, and that's going to create so many packets of items in your pipes that it's kind of gets crazy. But we fixed that by not doing partial and using the refill after option. So you tell it keep it 16k, and every time you deplete by 1,000, you send a 1,000 packet instead. And that fixed one of the main issues that we've had with LP and fluids. Okay, let me get this real quick. Yeah, we got EV battery buffers. You know, this is input. This is our quad grinder. I could have made a recipe for this, but I don't want to take up space just for this right here. I just care about getting all of this. Okay, I was gonna be like, where is this going? So we have 198, we need 192? So we need everything but that 6. LP is still a nice mod, there's no better feeling than seeing items flying exactly. Yeah, I totally agree on that. I think the look of LP is super great. I think it feels good. It feels really, really good. And that's a good thing. It's also like, I don't hate LP. It's been really, really good to us. I was not an LP fan, or the concept of LP. You know, in my mind, I was like, let's just rush AE2, right? But you know what? LP has done really good for us, and I'm super glad I actually just tried it. I'm happy I did, and Uwe Angers, that's with me in the run, was pushing for it, and it got to me, and I think it was a good thing. And we're gonna keep all of this. We're not changing all of this. So as I said, we're gonna do a new base. I'm not gonna say too much about it, but it's not gonna replace or change anything about this. It's sort of gonna... It's gonna be next to it, sort of. It's not gonna be next to it, but it's gonna be sort of next to it. It's gonna be completely separate. We're just gonna start a new base in the overworld with LP, with centralized power properly. So right now what I'm doing is just for us to get there, and when we get there, if we have to recycle some LCs that I just placed down, some cables, maybe we will, but we might want to just keep everything here functional. Now, obviously, everything that's passive, maybe we disable it at some point to like not just, you know, burn power for burning power, or we bring some other source of power from outside just to sort of fix that. While we're doing this, let's take care of the vibrant alloy. Pretty sure we said 32. Yeah. We're waiting on this. This is pretty quick, so. And then we're gonna need circuits as well. So things are great, and this is such a change and it's such a contrast from the FTB Skies community run, the Cozy Isles. It's funny. I didn't think I was gonna enjoy doing this tonight. Actually, I thought, you know, I have to go back to Greg. I have to get back into it. But no, I think I'm enjoying it. We're very chilling. I'm not in any rush whatsoever. Don't mind this to-do list. Like, that's just, I guess we're sort of doing it. But Radon Loop is not really on my list for today. We're more onto AE2 prep and EV automation area. This is placed down. We gotta do cabling now and LP, which we could take some time to go figure out while we're waiting on this anyway. I'm gonna need some pipes. I don't need all of it, but if we could get some pipes. I want to figure out where do we do pipes. I don't want to see them when they're going around. Hey there, Lurksimu. How are you doing? Good evening. So I'm gonna keep this centered, but here's what I have in mind. We're gonna do a tunnel, probably over there. Or we do, oh, that's a pretty good idea actually. We do have a tunnel right here. Yeah, we have this thing. Okay, we should totally do this. So this is why 54 right here. I'm gonna use this to go around here. So we need 3 up. So this guy. That's pretty close. Titanium line. Oh, by the way, I finally got to the moon. I'm working on my titanium line. Perfect. I know what you mean by titanium line, but yeah, that's super great, man. When you're getting this for the first time, it's freaking awesome. Most pipes you can do some sort of cover on them. Yeah, I know, but I just don't like it. Like the hassle of doing it. Also, we don't know what this here is gonna look like. There's probably gonna be walls. I do like seeing the pipes. We did use covers in a few places. We used covers. We used covers right here for this transition here, and I kind of like it. I mean, it's fine. And we do. We're playing with world edit, so anything that's decoration, we just cheat it in. We go in creative. It doesn't change anything to, you know, the game or whatever we're doing. So We just cheat anything that's visual in, and that includes covers. So yeah. I know some people don't like it, but I cannot be bothered. That's what's up with that. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna have some machines here. So I think we're actually gonna want to continue going down here. And this is why 51. Didn't I clear this out? Oh, I did. See, I thought about everything, or almost. So we're gonna want to go 1 block right here. Don't mind the torches. We had some mob issues at some point, and that was the fix. It's very ugly, but we had some spawning under the base that got kind of crazy, and if I didn't do this, we had like no FPS, so we're gonna remove this anyway. We're gonna probably turn off mobs soon, or we're gonna have a mob repilator, I don't know. Something like this. So great. So this is going to bring cables in here. This is going to be the underneath for clean room's going to be there. Machines are going to be over here. I'm thinking that this here is probably going to be platline. I'm thinking platline is going to go right here. And that means I'm right there with you, Lurks. I've got IV circuits, but I gotta focus on infra. Yeah, infra is super important. This is something that LP has brought for me in this run. Infrastructure, like being able to request. Like 2 streams ago, I made a mistake and I requested 64 HV pumps and it just went. Now, I couldn't cancel it other than resetting the server, but it's just crazy to me that you can ask for 64 HV pump when you're in HV, basically starting EV, and it just goes, it just works, because you have so much passive stuff from the mob farm and whatnot that it just goes. So to me, that was pretty nice, even though it was a big oops moment. I'm gonna leave 2 or 3 blocks. I'm thinking 3. So we said 51. This is 45. Come on. Okay. So this is not going to be open actually. I'm gonna bring this up to match with this here. Which I don't know why I've been doing this manually for the past like 5 minutes. We have world edit on here. There it is. I kind of forgot we had world edit for a second because I haven't been doing much with that in the past week. We're gonna put LP at the top here. That's gonna be like somewhat the middle of the room. I think this is good because that's gonna give us some space for power, for juggling around, you know, cables and whatnot. Sounds like I have a plan, but other than clean room, plat line, and power, there's nothing much more to it. So I said middle, which is the top of this. right? So right here, and we're gonna put one basic here, just in case I want to go to the sides eventually. And I'm just gonna go straight, and we're gonna do a corner, and in the middle we're gonna put, or at the corner rather, we're gonna put a basic. Right here is gonna be a basic. Okay. We're gonna bring LP here. Let's go up here. So the way that this is gonna be cabled is we're gonna have, there's no buffer or anything needed for this. The fluids are not important either, like the order, but we need a lubricant and we need oxygen, which we have both of. Pretty close to this. It's not very close, but it's close enough is what I'm going to call it. But we're going to go oxygen lubricant. Don't ask me why. These are 256. No, they're 64. I think we're not going to keep them stuck. I don't want to. I want to put too much stock in here. So we're going to do 8,000 depleted after 1,000. I don't know how fast these LCs are. This is the first time I'm using them. So we're going to do this. It said 1,000 liters per hour. So I'm sure 8,000 and 1,000 every time it's depleted is fine. And this is the option that we used before that was causing issues. So using partial. And we don't do this anymore. We do this instead. So that's the change, I guess. I don't even know. Can you do 1K? That would be so awesome. But no, this is not AE2. Let's place all the pipes. There it is. I'm for sure gonna mess one up. Like, I have to remember that right now. This is oxygen, this is lubricant. It doesn't matter. It's a fluid input, hatch. It wouldn't change anything. I am making my life very difficult though, going in this order where I'm just going around. I wish we had a copy card for these. I don't know, it would just be so much easier. Now, I could probably just world edit this, but world editing LP pipes doesn't sound like a very good idea. I would world edit the pipes with the configuration and then delete the pipes from my inventory, but gotta make sure I don't make typos here. This is lubricant. This is oxygen. I blanked out for a second. Oxygen, 1,000. This one is configured and this one's good, right? Yeah. And then here's a pro tip, I guess. Or can we? No, we can't really do this, can we? Yeah, we can do this. Okay, so this is very interesting. This we want to keep open, but this here we want to stack one. We want to close this. And let's there's pipes in the way. Okay, you know what? I'm lazy. I'm trying to take a shortcut, but this is not a shortcut. Yeah. Okay. What is this room going to serve for us? So this is going to be power on this balcony here. Connects up to the other room. The other room for automation. This is going to be automations, just like upstairs. There's going to be a roof and some sun, you know, or some outside light coming through or something. We're gonna figure this out. There's gonna be some walls as well. So this is gonna be EV automations, but there might be some HV here and there. We're gonna try to do something in the middle here to get like a request table or whatever, because this is kind of far. Power is gonna power this, but maybe the rest of the automations as well eventually. This is 24 amps of EV, which is 96 amps of HV, which is a lot. The efficiency on these guys is very good. It's 150% when you boost them with oxygen. I've never used them. I have no clue if this is maintainable or good or whatever. We're gonna try it and we're gonna see what happens. I'm removing all of this because we gotta do battery buffers, which we do have. So yeah, this thing is yeah, EV automation, EV power. Because we needed some extra space, and also figure out a better power solutions. Also, I don't think you were here when I said this, but this is going to be Twist Clean Room. So this entire space here, which sort of connects up here, we're gonna have this thing to go manage the clean room. This is going to be a full-size Twist Clean Room, which is it's gonna be quite a lot of resources. There's like 20 something K of aluminum. There's 80 or 60 Ks of steel, a bunch of copper, nickel, stainless steel. There's 8K of it. A bunch of black steel, 40K of black steel. This is crazy, because this is just a bunch of silver, gold, copper. But you know what? We're mostly good for it. Like, look at copper. Where's copper? Copper, 32,000. Silver is somewhere around here with 89,000. Like, we're good. We have 100,000 of steel. It's gonna take out a chunk of our resources, yes. But the main issue, the main problem with this is not even the resources. There's a crazy amount of zinc too, but the time for these recipes is crazy. Like, these guys, there's 7,000 of them. They're 1 minute each. And there's 19,000 items just for this guy. This is going to take forever. And there's more than like 300 stacks of resources here. Our buffers for all of the machines, for all the automations we have, is only 108 stacks. And you want to keep one slot for the output. So there's only 107 stacks of like input buffer for when you're making recipes with our current LP setup. So we're gonna have to do this in batches, I feel like, which is not great at all. But I'm thinking about a passive setup too, but I don't like the idea of passiving a bunch of these recipes into like making this, even though it might be a smart idea. Why not make a building as if it were a hotel and each room is a clean room? Well, this thing is gonna be like, it's going to be a building on its own, right? This is why it's not in the room. This is going to be essentially another room. It's going to be huge. You're going to enter from here, and then you're going to have stairs, and you're going to go around if you want. We're going to have LP in here, I'm not sure, but maybe we're going to have a small corner for LP, because we're going to need to automate some EV clean room machines. But AE2 with wireless is going to be the way to go for this here. I'd be curious about Tesla as well. If we can use the Tesla covers on machines in here, that would be a very nice way to bring power in. But bringing power into the clean room is much easier than items and fluids. So that's why we're doing AE2. That's one of the reasons we're trying to get AE2 stuff set up right now. And do we have a mixer here? Yeah. Let's get back to these recipes real quick. Circuit 2. That's good. Oh yeah, we are gonna have fun. I'm already having fun, to be fair. I've learned about remote IO. You could do that to move items in and out. Remote IO. Ooh, like this? Function upgrade for items, allow inventory. No, that's not it. Ooh, this. Okay, that's very interesting. This is IV though, but very interesting nonetheless. I do not know anything about this mod. My first question is, how well does that connect with LP? But it takes a few moments to understand this mod. It's half-baked, but a bit OP compared to Quantum Rings. Okay, very interesting. I'm all for testing and, you know, experimenting with stuff. So eventually, maybe we'll try this out for sure. Thank you for that. Connects with AE2 well. Okay, cool. That's what you want. I've actually changed my mind. We're gonna go back to the things here. We're gonna do a quick, very quick change. Now I know I'm removing everything I just did. That took me like forever, but this is gonna be less error prone, and it's also gonna be just cleaner. Yeah. Right. I can't put this here. No, it has to touch one of the sides, which makes me want to change this around. Hear me out. I've decided that we're not going to do GT pipes because I don't want to have a big buffer, and we're going to do Ender IO because it's teleporting fluids, right? So what this means is, instead of doing this, now we're just going to be able to do this here. We're going to be no, we can't do this because it needs to be connected to the middle. I'm all over the place right now. Hi Azuna. Hi they. Are you about to call a break? We have an ad in 1 minute, so we could definitely go on a break. I just undid a bunch of stuff as well that doesn't work. It's fine. We're gonna place this back, and we're gonna go have a break because it's gonna be ad break actually. And when I'm back, I'm gonna show and explain why I removed all of these supplier pipes. TLDR. I mean, if you're proposing a break. I suppose transvector interface option can be rather easy and efficient way to interact with cleanroom. Might be. I've never thought about it. So when I come back, we'll fix this up. But essentially, let me get up here. Essentially, we're gonna do Ender IO. We're even for the fluids that I had on fluid supply. We're gonna have 3 tanks that are the output for all of the machines, and we're gonna share these tanks for all of the LCs. So quick change in plan, but let me go get a break. Ad break is gonna start in 20 seconds. I'm gonna make sure that this here runs, and we're gonna go on a break. And when we're back, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna stay here, pick this up, and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Are we gonna swap LP for create? Probably not. I know you wish. You know what? Actually, I do love create. Visually, create gives me the same feeling that you guys can see my screen and stuff, right? Yeah. So LP gives me the same feeling, or yeah, the same good feeling that you get in create. You see items going around, and create does this one step better because you have conveyor belts. So you can see items on a conveyor belt, and it just looks so freaking great. But honestly, I would put create around a base in FTBS, for example, mainly for visual, not for like automating everything. I do want to talk about it with you, Yui. I have some questions about your setup. Like, how do you cope with the stress if you're sharing all of the, you know, all of the stress, I guess, or whatever, everywhere, like the chains and like the maximum amount of stress you can generate. Like I feel like I'm not getting something when you start getting at this scale with create, but we'll talk about it for sure. We're almost done here with this. We're getting EV power, Yui, by the way, and I can remember what I wanted to ask you before, but oh yeah, the power control thingy, but we figured that out. The substation. Yeah. That's not bad. We got 20 in like an hour. That is not too bad. So we're just gonna autoclave all of this, right? Is this an EV recipe? No, it is an HV recipe. I think we do have an autoclave, don't we? We don't. I know we have one for the HV stuff right around here. Yeah, we have this guy. I could have set up a recipe for this, but I'm gonna be extra lazy and we're just gonna do this. I should have started this because that's 1 minute each. It's gonna take 15 minutes, but it's okay. We have some cabling, some piping to do, some conduits actually. We're also gonna get some tanks. I think I want to move and get a bigger super tank for CBD. We have a 16 million one right now. We might look into this. But for the other stuff, we're just going to do two very ULV fluid tank, very small ULV tanks. Main reason for this is we do not need a lot because we're just going to be requesting fluids as we need. It'd be nice seeing items move around in assembly lines, although I'm not sure what would happen since I built those vertically. Yeah, exactly. It gets very weird when you start not shifting, but I'm sure you know what I mean, but like rotating the machines. It gets weird for sure. So we can put this here. We can filter this out. Right? Yeah. So when you make these guys, you autoclave and you get the crystal directly, but this guy, you get a raw crystal that we're gonna need to assemble with a bunch of circuits. I haven't done these in a while, so I probably look like a noob, and that's fine, but this is bringing memory back. It has been a while since I've been in EV. We tried to do reruns of GTNH and never really got over HV. And I think LP helped a lot here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to be bringing two things out here. We're going to be bringing out of LP, we're going to be bringing CBD for now, but eventually this is going to change. And we're going to be bringing the lubricant and oxygen. So real quick, I think we're going to set them up here. Like right about here sounds good. The fuel is going to be in the center here. So let's do the piping real quick. The piping is very, like, there's no other way to do it. Piping goes like this. Now I could save some piping by doing this, Actually, I will, because they're hidden, right? They're either hidden or we're gonna put a cover on it, I guess. Whoever said put a cover on it, I think it was XT. We're gonna end up doing this. Yeah, so we're just gonna do this. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough. And Nomsy's not gonna like this because I'm using conduits again, but right now, I don't want to use LP for every one of these. I would rather have LP in one central location that we're gonna do here, and then bring everything with these. Are you planning on doing hog? Yeah, I am actually. People are, they're telling me don't do it, but the whole point of this run, if you're new around here, the whole point of this run is we want to try a bunch of different things, including fuel and power gen. So the thing that I want to do is hog. I want to see how viable you can make this thing, and does it work, and how much power can we push with this, right? But it's not going to be our only source of power, because we want to do the spires as well. The I think this is Twist, I'm not sure. This thing, we want to do the lightning spire. This is not, yeah, this is Twist. So we want to do lightning spires. I want to try out the Tesla whatever coil, Tesla tower. I want to test this out. We want to do a solar tower. People are saying this is crap. I don't care. It does look like crap. I want to do this. I want to do a max tier solar tower just for the lulz. So we're going to have so many different sources of power, which is not something that people usually do. Usually people, they find one thing and they just spam it. We're not going to be about that. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty bad actually. Let's do this here. This is going to be oxygen, so we're going to take a cyan, and this is going to be lubricant. So we're going to do, and it's not going to be extract actually. Cyan, and then lubricant here. It's going to be yellow. Yeah. So let's start with this guy. Can I just copy on this? No. So I gotta do it on this. I'm focusing so hard right now. Okay, so this is oxygen, right? And then we're gonna do lubricant. I'm a follower of the Church of Nitrobenzene. Yeah, so we used to do benzene. Our first run was benzene. We got some issues at the end. The whole thing was running off of AE2, so you can probably guess that whenever AE2 was down, power was down, and that's a loop that you don't want to have. So this is something we're going to try and avoid. Now, I don't know why it's doing this, but yeah, we're just let me skip this song and just lower the volume a tiny bit. So yeah, we're gonna try to avoid these issues now. We do know about these things now, so we're gonna be careful. Okay, so this is gonna be a cover, so let's do this right now, actually. What was that thing called? It's called concrete, and it's this guy here. We're using 10. So this guy right here. Now this guy has this guy, and that's the guy we wanna get. I think 8 should be fine. Ooh, no, you can't use this. No, you gotta use the painting machine stuff. Oh, I hate this. I hate the fact that there's no recipe for it. That's what I hate. I think we have it somewhere. The worst part is I think it's set up somewhere, or I placed it down somewhere. And now we need to figure out where. If it's not around here, it might be next to the bees, maybe? We gotta move bees. Nope. Like, I know we had this machine. I'm really close to just cheating one in. This is just visuals. Let's do a quick search before I... Like, cheating a machine in is different. Okay, so I guess we got this guy. So yeah, there it is. I don't want to try this. I don't want to try connecting it to EV power. Let's just do this here. We know that this works. And we want this guy now. And can we repaint this? Oh yeah. I drink benzene lately. It's so good, yummy, yummy. The problem with benzene though is it limits your fuel wise to low power to generate it. Spam multi-blocks. Yeah, exactly. Since overclocking anything eats away at your power margins. Yeah. And you know, that's the issue that we had. We ended up overclocking all of our stuff, and it would run out very, very easily. And that was the mistake that we did. When you run benzene, you want to spam the LV or whatever machines, right? The lowest and most efficient machines, to not have to take power out of your power gen. I do like that the Arden conduits are actually aware of the blocks on the sides, so they connect the texture. Most of the covers will not do that. Oh, you know what? We're gonna do it for basically not only the cables, but also, yeah, these guys. So I'm not in creative. Just want to make sure we're using up our things properly. And we're gonna want to also do these guys. This way everything connects and the textures don't look weird. That's just my OCD. That's fine. Yeah. Texture is a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. So we can trash this. So we've done all of these configs, right? So we're up to this guy now. So this guy is going to be getting diesel. Now diesel is also sort of yellow. How about orange? CBD is yeah, it's very, very flash yellow. Let's do black. Let's do black for benzene, right? I know this is not benzene, but let's do black just to remember about benzene. We're talking about benzene now, so removing resource pack when. So I'm probably gonna remove it. So you and some other people are gonna like this, but I'm probably gonna remove it when I have extracted what I want out of the resource pack. So when I have the circuits, and I think there was something else. Yeah, the fluid covers. Once I figure out how to export these out of the resource pack, I'm gonna start a custom pack, and we're gonna get rid of the machines stuff. I do like the machines though. I'm really sad that you guys don't like the machines, like the single blocks. I know they all look the same, but this is literally a row of assemblers. Like they're all the same because they're assembler. There's one forge hammer. They don't. I feel like they're okay. Like, my only complaint is this is HV, this is MV, and this is LV. They all look the same in terms of like tier and coloring. That's the only thing that I have to say that is against this, but I get it. I do get it. But the circuits, I just can't. I have to have these circuits. But I'll do the switch at some point. I just have to figure out the time to do this. Yeah, so I think these are good. Do we have enough? Yeah, we have 21. Just double checking everything. We are good. So underneath here, we're gonna have LP coming in. I think we're gonna put it to the side. There's also gonna be a long distance fluid pipeline probably coming from the side. So let's just be mindful of that. Here's what I have in mind. We do these as oh no, you know what? I do wanna, yeah. Power is gonna be here. We can place these back down now. Power is gonna go down here. I have to move these guys around as well. So these should face down and these should face up, so that when you're facing them one way, that's the higher tier of power, so EV in this case. So we're just gonna make sure we do this. I am not running the crystals right now, so let's go do that. Or maybe I am. I think I did fix the recipe. Let's just go double check, because that was like a 15-minute thing. Yeah, okay, they're running. They're basically done, right? Yeah, last one. Cool. So this guy's gonna have 15. So we're gonna put this in an assembler, and that'll be it. Let's go start this. EV assembler, so this guy, no circuit, and this. Let's just disable extraction for a second. Actually, these don't stack, right? So let's do, I don't know how well this is gonna work, but let's try this. Yeah, okay, this works. Perfect. 10 seconds on this. Vanilla looks for GTNH is peak. I don't know about that. I do have something to say about some of the machines, and also, well, you know, but the circuits. The circuits are freaking ugly. There's two circuits that I really like visually, and it's the ones from the UU techs, which do look like this. And there's also these guys, the flat circuits, the GT circuits. This is an old texture pack that I got from the old forums of GTNH, and I always kept it around. These guys look very great, but this is when you're going for like a very flat look, right? Which I do enjoy. I enjoy like the simple but clean like aesthetic, right? Over like detailed, and yeah. But that's me. That's very personal. Of course, everyone's gonna have their own opinion, and that's fine. I mean, you're staying there anyway, but sure. This thing's gonna break on us. So power, I think I wanna have the line all coming up together here. Which brings the question, do I move this one down and to the side, or just one down actually? I think I am. So this way I can bring power down and then back up and wherever I need it, right? Because we're not going to want power, we're not going to want power up. We're going to want power down here first. We're also going to want power up, but this is weird, right? I have to figure out how do we get power from down here to here. That's the one thing I didn't really think about. My idea, very wasteful. Bring power down, use it for plat line here, go in the corner here, just like LP, go up, and then somewhere in the middle here, pull a cable from the side here into this. There's going to be a wall here, so maybe it's going to connect up, you know, somehow. I don't know yet. I guess that's how we're going to do cabling. We don't really have to worry about this today. We're going to bring cabling in the middle down here, and then probably down here under LP. I don't want them to be on the same level, so it's either under LP and then up, or we need space for transformers and whatnot, and this is what this is for, these two blocks. And also just if we need to mix cables in. If you have superconductors, then whatever. Yeah, exactly, but they're expensive. That's the main point, right? So I think we bring them in the middle. It's either this or to the side. The side is probably better. In the end, oh, you know what? I want to be able to move here. So we're going to bring cable up. That also means this. Yeah. And then it means we're going to do cable here. Yeah. So cable here. I don't have all the cables, so we're just placing like placeholders. Superconductors are a time sink until you have decent auto crafting. We have decent auto crafting, right? I can ask for superconductors. The problem is it's decent, it's not fast. So it's the bare minimum to be able to craft on demand, right? It's not fast by any mean. And the one problem we do have right now, you did highlight it, is EBF. One of the first things we're going to do when we set up this new area here is we're going to have a quad EBF for running auto crafting recipes. It's going to be our main EBF for running all of the recipes with input separation, because we have two dual EBF right now. I want one quad that has like the latest coils we have and the highest power we have. So usually like 2 energy hatches of whatever power we're at. So we're at EV right now. We should make EV dynamo, or sorry, EV energy hatches, and we should put 2 of them per EBF, right? But you can see how we needed power before we do this, because right there, that's like what, 16 amps of EV whenever it's running. That's like 3/4 of whatever we just set up as power. We do have 2 extra ones, so yeah. Plus, you know, we're gonna have battery now. We don't have batteries right now. We're just running everything out of just pure fuel. So let's just move this. I just want to know that this is a cable. It's gonna go here all around and then back up here. Back up here and then whatever, right? It's probably gonna go right there and then out. Yeah, well, it's gonna be more down, but you get the point. We can't do all of the cabling right now. So let's do the LP stuff that I've been meaning to do for forever now. So because we know that this is going to be cables, or do we bring this down? I feel like I want to I want to bring all the cables down, so like this. This is more expensive technically, I think. But it's whatever. I'm going for something somewhat clean. Or actually, you know what? Pretty high, so we can still go up here. We can have her stuff there. We can have her pipes there. We're gonna have her fluid tanks here, and then this guy is gonna go up by 1. So here and right here. Yeah, there it is. So that's gonna go down 1 more, which is fine. Or we're gonna bring the cable here and go down, whatever. I'm gonna figure this out later. This is fine. The tanks here, we're gonna have 2 things. We're gonna have the LP fluids, and we're gonna have probably a long distance fluid pipeline. Maybe we try to do this today, I don't know, but I'm yapping quite a lot, so we're not getting much done. But I'm thinking we try to put this here in the middle. So we can have 1 tank here connected. Need to be smart about this. So when the fluid pipeline thingy is coming here, right? It needs to be straight from where it's coming from. So let's say that it's here. This needs to be coming from here, and the tank needs to be here. It cannot be up or to the side or whatever. So that's one limitation that we have. And we have to figure out a way to connect it here. I'm thinking this is a good place, and then we could just put a tank here and then have an ender conduit right underneath this here, like right there. Just as an example, like this is going to extract on black for benzene, right? But it's CBD. We're going to round robin, and that's it. So we're going to have a huge like super tank here or something, and then to the sides, well, actually, this is good. We're gonna have tanks here. There's gonna be 1 here, and we're gonna have cables underneath here. But might as well just push this by 1 at this point, right? So tanks are gonna be here. Now we just gotta configure this. So the one in the center is gonna be oxygen. Oxygen, we put cyan. The other one's gonna be yellow for lubricant. And we can confirm this. This is oxygen. This is lubricant. So yellow and cyan. And the other one, the third one, is going to be black like this. So that means we can just use 2 fluid suppliers. This is why I did this instead of having 2 fluid supplier each. And then we can tell this thing, so you're cyan, so you're oxygen. We can tell this thing to put 16,000. Let's say. Sorry, I missed the chat. EBFs are always the bottleneck on everything. Even 6 EBF max coil, T plus 1 overclock is still not enough. Even switching to Vulcanus is not enough unless 4 hours crafts are desired. Yeah. I recently got my first mega EBF in UV, and I can finally pour all of my power backbone into it for 10 minutes max. This is what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a mega EBF and have some sort of spike in your power, right? Because now we're going to have batteries, we're going to have more amps, so we could put as much power as we can into a mega EBF, and this thing's just going to rip through whatever recipe, right? This is the idea. as well. This is probably what I'm going to be going for. Yeah, so this guy's putting oxygen everywhere. Going to fill up all of these guys. It is going to take a lot, but it's okay. We can put 32,000, not like millions. So it's going to request a lot more. And then we can do lubricant as well. We're going to do 1,000 as well. So that's going to start filling up these guys. I have no clue how well we're going to be able to maintain the oxygen and lubricant on this, but that's fine. I might put covers on these later. I don't know. For now, they're fine. We're going to need cabling, and then I think that is it. Power is going to come down here, back up here, and back there. Actually, let's just do a quick. So power is probably going to be up here. We do need, well, if we have transformers, that's fine. We'll put them in line, but so we're going to pull a cable from here, but that's going to be a power cable, not LP. We could probably pull LP from here as well, but we're going to have to pull it from underneath. So this guy's going to want a basic. Yeah, we're hot swapping this. Oh, this is going to cause problems. So we actually want the opposite. Great. Let's do another swap. What could go wrong, right? Just messed something up, but that's fine. So unrouted, up top. That's fine. Then we can figure out the cabling here later. I did make these entry points for cabling for LP. Power is going to go underneath, so we're still aligned on how I sort of had things in mind. We're going to go check on how many superconductors we have. This thing's still running, so I'm assuming we don't have a lot, but we might have all of our batteries. That's the main thing. Now, I'm curious about one thing. Could LP keep up with these guys for CBD as well? I'd be very curious about this. Could I just request CBD and put another buffer down there? That might work, might not work. Can we make another super tank 3? Like, that's a rabbit hole I probably don't want to get into, but so we have all the materials to do this, or this, sorry, but maybe not this. We do have all of this now. Oh, we're making a super tank 4 for sure. I did like and prefer the idea of a super long distance and making CBD next to diesel to sort of remove the need for LP to transmit diesel from the oil to CBD. But in terms of storage, I don't care if it's here or if it's down over there. I would like to have a bigger buffer of it though. Okay, yeah, this is for sure doable. Okay, well, let's do this, I guess. I don't even know how many EV circuit we have. Enough. Ender high. We have one. That's all you need. Tungsten steel now. I don't think we have plates for this. Yeah, we don't have the recipes for this. I'm being lazy here. We're gonna need plates for sure. I'm gonna get some craftings. I'll set up some crafting. I don't want to be crafting these a whole lot, but I definitely don't want to be crafting like tungsten steel stuff. We're gonna need to do, I think, wires, a bunch of other stuff. For now, let's just do what we need, which is plates. We do have a new array again for this because we're making a whole lot of plates now. Yeah, so this guy, 35. We're getting to a number where scrolling this or clicking this is taking forever. Still an LV recipe, so we're good. 35 ingot plate. That is good. Do we need these plates? Do I need to make plates? Oh, we are gonna need these plates. Okay, let's set up a recipe for it. It's mainly for wireless stuff though. We're not quite there yet. We need to do a bunch of other stuff in the meantime. I could set it up, but we don't have Eye of Enders, or whatever they're called, right? We don't have Ender Eyes ready or like auto-crafted, so what are we missing? Oh, we're missing plates. Do this. What about this guy? I think this guy as well, we can do this, yeah? And then we can ask for an EV pump pretty easily. This thing, was it done with? I think it was done with the pumps, but it's making an HV pump right now. Is it for the superconductors? It is. Okay, so it's still making 4 pumps for this. Which is crazy, right? We're just missing 4 pumps. Steel rotors, I'm gonna have to go check this because these 2 guys should be done. Normal pipes and rotors should have been done a long time ago. These things are kind of fast, and usually when they have a problem, it's because of this. You have some items stuck in here, and usually this happens because this guy is sorting stacks. No, it is. It should have worked. I don't know why it does that. But sometimes machines here don't have the sort stack option, and when you're sending a lot of items in here, it's yeah, like you're ending up with multiple item stacks that are not full stacks, and you get this issue we just saw. Rotors are gonna have the same thing. This is one of the reasons I can't wait to get AE2. Yeah, and it just works. I don't know why it does that. That shouldn't block the pumps. And then we can ask for our EV pump. Okay, EV pump. We can make this. We can make this. Is there a quest for this? There is a quest for this, but we're not getting it. Oh, because is it expecting us to have... No. Where's the quest for this? For MV... generators or field generators? MV field generators. Okay, it's expecting us to do circuits before we do this. Why? Like, I get it, but I don't need these circuits, right? It's fine, it's fine. Where is the field generator? So we're gonna put this back, we're gonna put this back. I think the piping is done. I hope I don't have to come back because of this. We did do the fluid supplier. I want to keep one. I want to see if we can make... Right, we're making the tank already. I want to see if we can request CBD and keep up with 8 LCEs. And the fact that the batteries are going to be empty right now is kind of very good, because it's gonna give us a feeling for can we keep up with stuff when all the power is being used, right? Because it's going to be trying to fill up batteries. So where was this? This was an HV assembler somewhere, right? Where did I do this? This is an MV, or sorry, an H. Oh, it's an EV recipe. Okay, so it should be here. Oh, they're in here. Yeah. There it is. 16 Lapatron crystals. This is how things have been going for us, right? Every time we do a quest that, you know, requires us to make one battery or one machine, or we end up most of the time making like a bunch of it, just because of the infrastructure that we have, which feels really great. I'm gonna do a backup. We're gonna do a quick backup. I want to make sure that whenever I'm turning on the power for a second there, nothing explodes and everything runs. Obviously power is not going anywhere, right? But it's gonna confirm that we're able to do LCE to buffer, and then battery buffer into the transformer without it blowing up. Even though there's no usage on the cable, I think it's fine. I think it's still gonna try to put power into the buffer of both the buffer and also the transformer. I think they do have a buffer, so it might be fine for testing it. We're just gonna wait for the backup real quick. Backups are not fast by any means, but yeah, it's already 60%. We do have some cables we can place down. I don't really care about losing a few cables, although they are expensive. This is gonna break. It's about time we take this out of here. I am gonna need to make another pair of Manasteel wire cutter. I want to make a powered pair for whenever I'm using it, and a non-powered one for the toolbox. Yeah, and I think we're just gonna go down. So the thing I want to try is this guy. We're still waiting on this. How's this not done? It's waiting for a motor. Titanium rod. Oh, it must be waiting for neodymium or something. Yeah. Okay, well, back to... this is exactly what we were talking about. The EBF is so slow that it's preventing me from doing stuff like this. I'm gonna go place the batteries while this is happening. Backup was just done, so I know there's no power yet, but I want to have a backup in case something happens before. Why are we short like... oh, we are short like half the batteries. Yeah, we need more. Okay, well, you know what, technically these do not need 4, they need 3 each. So if we output 4 amps of each, we're actually not going to keep up with the batteries. They're going to deplete because we're going to output 4 amps, but really we're generating 3 amps. It's fine because we could backlog, you know, a whole battery more of power, but I don't know, maybe we... so these are 4 to 16, and 16 times 8, it's 128. We can't do that. We got to do 96 divided by 4. Yeah, so we got to do actually 24 amps. So we made 16, we're missing 8 batteries, but we need to make sure that there's only 4 batteries or 3 batteries per thing. The reason for this is that our cable or superconductor is only it's only 96 amps only, right? So we're gonna go make some more batteries, some more Lapotron. We need 8 now. $68. So we need, well, I should make a recipe for this now. I should make a recipe for this because I know I'm gonna make these engraved thingies for IV batteries, and also for something else. Yeah, for fluid circuits. Yeah, let's stop pulling around. What are we missing here? Oh, we're missing titanium plates. You should have had that. Yeah, so inertium dust. Thing is, whenever we're requesting those, we're not getting it. Let's do it by hand. I hate it, but let's just do it. Is this a quest? No, this is not a quest. This is just extra. So we can go put this back in the EBF. And then drink her flight juice. So I could have prepped a whole lot more today, but It's okay, we're changing plans here and there, but it's perfectly fine. So we're gonna get 16 of this. We're gonna have an ad again, I think. Yeah, ad in a minute. I'm using so much stainless steel right now, it's consuming my soul. Yeah, we had that problem, and we ended up just batch crafting a whole lot. I know Yui was, you know, not happy about it because for our EBFs were cooking up for so freaking long. But we have like 5k or something right now. I'm feeling good about it. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. Technically, if this can keep up with CBD, we could just well, actually, you know what? Let's do a quick switcheroo. Or actually, you know what? I was gonna take the fluid cover and put one on both, but I don't really care about the one downstairs. Well, it kind of depends. It kind of depends if we're doing yeah. I want to remove this and move it down where the power is to kind of force us to replace all the power here with this, with power cables. The main problem with this is we need to keep things working, right? So I think we need to keep this guy, and I think this guy is going to be next to the turbines for now, and eventually it's going to get a long distance fluid pipeline. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I'm going to put the bigger tank right here, and it's not going to get filled up for a while until we bring a fluid pipeline here. In which case we'll bring a fluid pipeline and a fluid provider, but we're not going to use LP to move CBD around anymore. We're just going to put a provider in case there's old stuff that still needs to pull from it, but we're not going to input the fuel from it. That's kind of really important. I'm going to put 64,000. I'm going to tell this thing to fill back up every 1,000. Hopefully that's enough. We're also going to lock this. I'm going to point this down. I just don't want to see it. So this should be filling up a bunch of these guys now. Yep, it is. So these are not going to work. They're all broken right now. I need to repair the maintenance, turn them on. For now, this is fine. It's going to fill up all of these. And then I can't wait for us to power it on and see if we can keep up with it. That's the main thing. So we have a mixer here. We can just put this in. And then we want to get, I think we said 16 vibrant alloy. I'm going to do a recipe for this later. We're still going to need this. Like, we're going to need a recipe for this. My main issue is the EV assembler. The whole reason we're doing that new section is for us to have EV recipe properly automated, because this is not it. Like, I automated the coils with this because we needed coils whenever we're making an EBF. and I want to make like a quad ABF, so I need this working. But these guys are gonna get moved right when we're ready over there. I just need to. We just need to figure out fixed power right now. Let's also start this right away. How did you make your mob farm before the multi-blocks? Very similar to this. I think I did it on stream, so if you want to watch probably an old VOD, I could probably find one out, but it used to be here. It used to be huge. The main points are you need a diamond dolly, and you need to move an actual spawner. This is running a powered spawner now, but you want to have a diamond dolly. That's the item number 1 you need to get. Yeah, just like plain vanilla blaze spawners. So you want to make a diamond dolly. The big gotcha here is this. You need a nether star plate. To make this, you need a block, because there's no other way to get a plate. To get a block, you need 9 nether stars, so you need to kill 9 wither at the very least to be able to get 1 diamond dolly, which has 4 or 3 uses or whatever. This thing has a number of uses. It breaks after a few uses. So you want to get 2 spawner, if you ask me. It's fine. I have a few left from doing the NASA workbench. Yeah, great. So I did this in LV, so that's why this was a gotcha, but yeah. So you want to have 2 spawners. You want to have whatever that dirt is called, the pink dirt that I have right here, cursed earth. You want to have this. You want to do a 9 or like a 3x3 of this, and then on top of this, on 2 opposite corner, you want to put your spawners. Everything else on that layer, you want to put stone, and then layer above that, you want to put another 9 cursed earth in a 3x3, and then you want to tower this up all the way up to the ceiling of your mob farm. I think the range on the vanilla spawners is like 4 or something. And then you want to make walls around all of this, preferably with like stone, something that doesn't break, obviously. And you want to use these, they're not in here, right? Translocator? No, transvector. Yeah, you want to use these, not transvector. You have some block from Tomcraft that allows you to move mobs around. Well, these guys. Yeah, these Atomic Relocator. So these guys are like free mob, like fans. They just push. That's it. And then you want to have some diamond spikes. You can I think before 2.7.4, you can over enchant these with 100 fortune. You can put sharpness as well. Be careful if you put pain on these, as well as luck. You don't get infernal mob loots for some reason. There's something with that. If you over enchant these and you put pain, they break. They just loot the blaze rods, nothing else. Why not? Well, these are like no redstone or anything. You can put redstone to turn them off, but you can craft the one that pulls and push, or you can turn them off. I don't know, they're just great. They're a full block, so you don't have to care about light. Although you do not care about lights, by the way, for the blazes. They're going to spawn no matter what the light level is, I think. And the last thing you want to do is around on the outside of the mob farm, you want to put timewood clocks. These guys right here, that I can hear around here somewhere. These guys. You want to get these guys, and you want to put a whole lot. I had 3 walls of my mob farm on the outside that were just this, and that makes the spawning very fast, like crazy fast. That was the big thing for the mob farm that we did. And this is not like I didn't come up with this. I think it was Value, I want to say, Value Town that came up with the mob farm design. I think it might be from also someone else, I don't know, but it's not for me. That's the main thing. And it works great. It works amazing. And even the 4 fluid solidifier and fluid extractor MV are having a hard time keeping up with gold and iron. You get so much. I don't know if my PC will handle it with shaders. Time to, yeah. Yeah, you should get a better PC if you can. That's always a good, nice option, right? When you can afford it. But no, yeah. Or just don't play with shaders. I don't play with shaders. Shaders are very, like, I don't know. They bring some glitches sometimes visually that I just don't want to deal with. Like light being not the same on some blocks, right? Or some stuff like that. I know there's fixes out there for most of it, but I just don't want to deal with it. That's the main thing. They are pretty, but I would use them to show off my base maybe once, but not to play like non-stop, right? It's, I don't know, it just feels like I don't need them to play. Like I'm looking for performance and visually, like, okay, circuit. But yeah, I mean, if you like shaders and you can run them. I know people that run with shaders all the time. I think Uri runs with shaders. I would run shaders. That actually don't change too much the visual, but help with performance. I would do that. I would run shaders if it was for performance. Like somehow if it helped for performance, right? Run them with 33 FPS. Yeah, you see, that's like, part of me is like, you don't need to run them. Like, I would rather have a solid 60 FPS than running shaders. But that's me. Most probably a creeper somewhere, or it's just Tomcraft. That's yeah, that's Tomcraft for you. So there's 3 minutes worth of recipe here. Got used to 30 FPS. I think the batteries are a good call. I used to not think that in GTNH batteries are nice. I used to hate the feeling, or I used to hate the way that people would play this game for no reason, right? People can do whatever they want, but I used to not like people playing with batteries, and it's like, it's meta. I guess I was just on another planet or whatever. Hey Ruckus, who's agitated? Me? I'm good. Are you good? That's the question. So I used to think that, like, in GTNH, if you play with like battery buffers and you buffer like 1,000,000 EU, right, and you use that buffer to do a recipe and then you run out, like, you don't have the power infrastructure to run whatever you're running all the time. You rely on like having enough battery buffered or power buffered to run the recipes. I hate that, right? So yeah, no, I'm all good. My snack is open in front of me. I started opening it and I didn't eat it, but apart from this, I'm good. Are you saying that I should be agitated because you're here? Is that what you're saying, Ruckus? It's just chocolate. But it's supposed to be better, right? Better than like a Reese bar or whatever. It's, I don't know, it's some dark, I'm gonna say healthy, but healthy chocolate or whatever. I don't know, it's good. It's growing on me. I don't like dark chocolate, but this one's been growing on me. It's salted caramel or toffee, yeah. Toffee, sea salt, almond. But anyway, it's pretty good. It's small as well, that's the thing. It's like a very small 4 square. It's not a whole like thing. Ruckus BM. You be just fooling around right now. You hate caramel chocolate. I love it. But it depends, like, do you hate the one with the gooey, like, caramel inside? Because that's not what it is. It's caramel flavored, but it's not full of caramel inside. Like, it's not a caramel sort of thing. Salted caramel is supposed to be weird, I think, right? Like, it's salt with sugar, and it's not something that you usually think about, or like it's a weird mix, right? And it's very salty. That's the thing. It's not just a bit of salt. It's very salty. Yeah, exactly. It's not a gooey like thing or whatever inside. It's just actual chocolate with small almond thingies inside, but the taste is supposed to be toffee, not caramel. It's caramel in parentheses, but it's toffee apparently. I don't know. It's been growing on me. Okay, we got our batteries. Let's get the head out of here. I'm getting stuck on like corners. Yep. So maybe we start these things. Ooh, I thought I saw 4. We're gonna make sure we have 3 everywhere. So you're getting 2. You're getting 3, and you're getting 3. I don't think this is gonna explode or burn the wire or whatever. I'd like to get something running, right? We should get like a bat buffer, or we should get a machine that's like doing nothing. We should get an HV machine doing something. Just to see it run and not burn down. Even though like it's not a full 16 amp, I think it just needs to be any machine. Oh, I know. I could take a fluid extractor. That's easy enough. Or a bending machine. Let's do a bending machine. Let's do some steel plates. Just run it. I just want to see the thing not burning, not exploding, and I'll be fine. Right? I know it's not the craziest thing to test with our new power, but we don't have the cabling yet, right? So we just have to test it out. Also, the batteries are gonna charge up. That's gonna be a quick test as well. Let's put this right here. Nothing bad could ever happen, right? I mean, let's connect up some more of these. I think I am gonna... Let's connect up, like, I want to make sure we're getting all of our amps. So we're getting 12, 24, 48. So that's like half the cable, and which makes sense. Like this is half of it. It's not really going to test that the cable's not burning, but Yeah. The game is balanced in making it very expensive to store EU anyhow. It's much less expensive holding liquids, for instance, even till later or on, at least for fuel setup. Yeah, so you see, like, my problem with, because I'm guessing you're referring to what I said earlier about people that would store power and then rely on having a certain amount of power to get a certain recipe done. I've always been on the side of you should be generating power, or yeah, you should be generating power for as much as you're using, right? Sometimes you're gonna have spikes, that's fine, but your battery storage should be independent of your power gen, and your power gen should be able to feed into your battery whatever amount, regardless of what you're using and whatnot, right? Your battery really is just a buffer of like, hey, you have a spike right now. We're going to be having a spike for 5 minutes. It's going to go back up right after this 5 minute, right? It's not going to be depleted, and then your power is going to take forever to go back up. Like, for me, the battery is just there to buffer these spikes, not the entire, you know, network or spine or whatever, your base. I just hated that when I first played GTNH, seeing people like run their first EBF with, they would look at the actual amount of EU a recipe would take and wait for that to be in the batteries and be like, I can do 8 times this recipe, but then after this, the whole thing's depleted. I hated this. So yeah. So at first I was very, I don't know, felt weird. And I've always been like running power almost straight out of the generators. The problem is whatever, like depending on what you're using, the generators might not stop, right? But that's not good. So you want to have a battery buffer, but I don't want it to be like, this is how much power I can use. I want it to be like, this is just for spikes, right? I'm thinking we start them. Do we just start them and then look at the batteries filling up and hope that it's good enough as a test, and then I can finish wiring later? Because if we just do our quick test, we have like an hour and 20 minutes left. We could figure out CBD. We could first see if CBD is able to keep up. That's the number one thing I want to see. And if it doesn't keep up, we could go and put in a long distance fluid pipeline here, like bring it over here and move the CBD next to the oil and fix all of that. Ready for fireworks. We have a backup from however many minutes ago that was. I think we got 2 more cables or 4, and maybe the super tank and like a bunch of batteries. I should run a backup. I'm gonna tank myself if this explodes and we have our backup. So I'm gonna be smart about it. We're gonna run a backup. It took 3 minutes actually. It took 3 minutes to run our backup before. So I'm gonna delay this for another 3 minutes, but we're running the thing in 3 minutes. We're gonna set up the HV machine down there. I asked before, and I don't know if you said it, but how did you know what turbine to choose for each? So here's the fun thing. These are not gas turbines. These are LCEs. They're combustion engines. From what I understand, unless I've completely misunderstood this, there is no turbine in here. This is not running around like steam or whatever. My understanding is these do not consume turbines. I might be wrong about this, but last I checked the Excel sheet, there was no place to put an LCE for which turbine to use, and these things, they don't have it in the tooltip, sorry. So my understanding is no turbine here. You do have oxygen being an optional like input for boosting the efficiency, and you have diesel and then lubricant every hour. And what's really nice is when you're able to afford the 40 liters per second times however many LCs you have, you get a free like 50% fuel efficiency, which is freaking awesome, right? That's just going to reduce the amount of CBD we're consuming. Therefore, it's going to make the oil setup or the oil pumps run for longer because we're not voiding extra oil. We're just making it as we need, right? And all of these single block turbines or combustion generators that we have around the base, like these things, they have some loss, right? The MV ones are 90% efficiency. The LV ones, which we probably don't have a lot of, are 95. HV, which we have a lot of, are 85%. So we're losing, every time there's an HV combustion generators, we're losing 50% of our fuel efficiency. So if it's making, I don't know, like 100,000 EU, right? With a bucket, let's say, of, like, I'm just changing all the numbers here, but if it's making 100,000 with a bucket of CBD, we're only getting 85,000 out of this as EU. We're losing 15,000 on that single block worth of like power, right? Or fuel. And this is a very good example of why this is good. This is like 15%, 15%, 15%. We're losing 15% all over the place, right? So centralizing power is also like using the multi-blocks instead, and they're much more efficient. And I think the tooltip said 300% efficiency. No, it's 300% to output full power. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see, but I think the efficiency goes up or something. I see, that's cool. Isn't that IV energy though? No, this is EV energy right now. We can't make IV or move IV around because these things cap at EV power first thing. So they can't make IV power straight out. They're always going to make EV power. So that's one thing that we're going to be limited with. And also, but we're going to try some other power gen. So that's fine. We can't move around IV power because of the cables. Like I would, if I didn't have all the rules around here, I would probably tier up, like transform up to LUV, use the gallium cables, and move around like 1 or 2 or 3 amps of LUV. But we can't make these things because we need to make IV components and whatnot for that. Once you can use the universal chemical fuel engine, you can use multi-amp dynamos, reducing it to a single generator potentially. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to as well. Like next step, right, is probably looking into this thing, which is basically the like mega version of this or whatever. I don't know anything about this. First time I'm using them, and we're gonna power them on right now. Let's get our mallet out. Let's put this back in here. Let's repair all of them. I hope you guys are ready because I have no clue how well or not this is gonna go. I have no expectation whatsoever. We're just gonna put something here. It's gonna start whenever it can. We have oxygen, we have lubricant, we have extra CBD. Oh wait, so the combustion machines are giving you 3 amps. Yeah, each one of them is giving 3 amps of EV. You can see it here. So it's 2048 EU per tick at 100% fuel efficiency, but it's 6144 EU per tick at 150. And you're getting the 150 when you're putting oxygen in. So we're getting 3 amps out of this just because we're putting oxygen in. Otherwise it would be 1 amp. So we're getting 3 times the amount of power, and we can just, that's what I saw earlier. We don't want to put 4 amps of 3 batteries in here, because if we put 4 batteries, if we put 4 batteries, the transformer is going to do 4 to 16, and the cable, the 16x Supercon, can only do 96, and 96 divided by 4 is 24, which is what we have 3 times 8, right? But once we add more, so the 2 more that are here, we're gonna have to transform up to IV. So I can't upgrade this power here until we get to IV, and we can transform up and then, you know, fix all this. So right now, I guess that all of these, oh, we have a problem. This thing is empty. This is MV or tier? I think this is HV. Let's go charge this up real quick. Good thing I saw that. Nope, this is envy. Yeah, let's charge this up real quick and then we'll be fine. So that's why at the beginning of this, like 3 hours ago, I was like, do we want to move EV power around, or do we want to like supercon or and then wait essentially, or do aluminum cables in the meantime, or do we want to do supercon HV? If I did aluminum cables, I could make as many spines as I want, but I would have to split every like it's a weird number, right? Because you're getting 3 amps out of each, and every 16 amp you can do a 16x wire. It would get super weird. The real solution to all of this is transforming up, right? And then move around like IV or LUV power. But because of our rules, we can't do this. I could do it if the IV cables and whatnot were actually doable. It's also like we have a rule around using supercons. It would feel weird not to move around power with supercons for now. And we can always just change it up, like upgrade all of the supercons to whatever else, right? We're going to be redoing the base, like I said, with more centralized like battery power and distribution and whatnot. We're going to be using supercons for sure. So let's start right now to do it right. Like I could, you know, I could like have multiple spines, but that's not the point. I wanna have one spine right now of power, even though it's not centralized by any mean. Like the CBD is all the way over in the sand biome, and the actual power gen is over here. Like it's all over the place. But that's why I want to see right now, are we going to be able to keep up with the CBD? Because it's the CBD tank is very close, but the diesel is very far. So technically, CBD is going to keep up right now, I'm sure. But if we see that the tank is going down, it means we're not making CBD as fast as we're using it. So yeah. And we also have to take into account that we're running a whole lot of other stuff. Some of it is passive, which we should move under this new power spine because it's much more efficient, right? So we're gonna save some fuel there again. But for now, we're just gonna test it standalone with everything else running. We're gonna see how that goes. I could technically disconnect the whole rest of the base and just run these generators by themselves, but that's gonna take time. And honestly, I'm sure you guys are gonna find it way more entertaining if we just do this, stop messing around. We've been doing this for 3 hours. That was not my plan. I did not want to spend 3 hours on this. Okay, so we had power, but I'm gonna... Still gonna do this everywhere. Part of me wants to see all of this run at once. I would do machine controllers in redstone, but let's just do it. If you hear an explosion, you know something's wrong. These things are running. There's going to be a buffer. It's going to take a while. They have to ramp up. That's fine. They're at 50% efficiency. We're making half an amp of EV right now. Well, times 8, right? 75%. No, it's not going to boom. We're at 100, so we're making 1 amp of EV, but it's showing as IV because we just went above it. In terms of CBD, oh yeah, it's going down. It's going down, but the tank is filling back up. As long as we don't see this going under 50,000, we should be fine. 200% efficiency. So we're waiting for this to go all the way up to 300% efficiency. Also, the EV machine, the HV machine just went. So like, we know that power, like HV, transforming the power is fine. Obviously, we got to test the you know, having like a whole lot of power on there, but 260, we're getting there. That's freaking awesome, by the way. First time we're getting centralized power. First time we're getting a pretty hefty amount of power. 300%. There it is. We got 300% all across. And now the only thing is, this thing is running. How are we doing on CBD? We're still over 57, so I think we're good. This was a good call. I think Ender IO was a good call over pumps and whatnot. We're just waiting for all of this to go up. Now, you might have seen one thing that I didn't do that you would usually do with turbines for benzene, for example. I didn't do any redstone control to turn off these things whenever the batteries are full, right? If I'm not mistaken, and we're gonna have to test it, that's why I just started it, these things stop whenever, I think they stop whenever, they might not stop actually. We're gonna see. I'm gonna see if they stop. If they don't stop and they just continue running and, you know, using up fuel, we're gonna stop them because we don't need to be like burning out fuel right now like crazy. So whenever these things are at 100% and that I know that all the internal buffers are full and whatnot, we're gonna see if they stop. If they stop, it's good. We don't need to do anything. If they don't stop, we're gonna have to get into some redstone, right? So probably underneath here, this is why we have space. I'm gonna put machine controllers and then we're gonna figure out how to stop them based on, I think for now, because we did one battery buffer per, we're gonna stop them just based on their battery buffer. It's gonna be expensive to make a whole bunch of energy detector covers, but I wouldn't really mind. There's also something that's very sad about these, and also I think the large gas turbines are like this. You can't put anything on its face, not even redstone. If you put anything in front of it, like even these things, these guys here, if you put anything there, it's gonna unform the block and it's gonna stop working. So that's why there's a space here. Redstone's gonna have to go either on the side or something like that. They're not expensive. It's more that I'm gonna need to do 8. They're really not expensive, I think. It's just that we need 8, right? So yeah, they're cheap. It's just computer monitor covers are still a manual craft, I believe. Let me check. I'm pretty sure monitor are still okay, maybe not. No, that's easy. Let's request a bunch of these. Monitor covers. I guess I'm mixing this up with screens. Screens are really not fun. Technically, do we need more? We need 2, right? We need 1 for the lower limit and 1 for the upper limit, don't we? And then we need an RS latch for each one of them. That's the main like turn off, right? Let's do 8 of these for now. Let's do 16, why not? Yeah, let's do 16 of these. But technically you would need like 1 RS latch, a bunch of redstone. Yeah, see, this thing is full and it's still running. So we're gonna stop these guys. And yeah, we're gonna do the usual redstone thingy where you turn off these machines based on the battery buffer. I think we have some place we could maybe do the redstone on top. A part of me would like to do it down there, right? Bring the redstone from here down in each corner here, you know, something like that. But it's pretty cool that we have 30 million times 8. We have 240 million EU right here, which is pretty sweet. Let's... Thank you. That feels great. Yeah, I have a very similar cat, and it's so annoying sometimes. Yeah. And like I tried everything, right? Playing with him or checking food, water, everything. It never stops. Okay, so computer cover thingies are gonna be here. That's fine. We're gonna need a bunch of RS latch. That's the worst part of all of this. We're gonna need 16 plates, I guess. $16 aluminum plates. We're gonna need 32 LV circuits. So 8 more. I think we have an any circuit thingy right here somewhere. Yeah, it's a forming press, right? Oh yeah, it is it's 3 a.m. Yeah. That's early. Too early. Or too late, depends. Okay, so we're gonna make 16 of those. I don't know if Ruckus is still around. I'm wondering if his RS latch setup is still good. I used to, in our first run, I used to run the RS latch setup where you use the red crystals to sort of set the max and like the upper and lower limits, right, of the RS latch, which worked great in the past. But I've seen Ruckus do it another way with just two energy detector covers and an RS latch. I might do this on top of all of the things, because I mean, I don't care about seeing some redstone. It's gonna look like it's part of the machine, which is pretty nice. So this circuit 1 into an assembler. I'm just concerned about it breaking, essentially. Is that not it? No. Need a bunch of glowstone. So wait up. So we got that. We need 32 glowstone. Where's the glowstone? I don't know if we're gonna be moving CBD, but it's okay. We're figuring things out. If I can get this power to turn off on its own and stuff, it would be great. Now I have to figure out how to empty out the batteries, but I also don't want to be just wasting fuel. So maybe I'll just set up the RS latch the way I think they should be, and then I think there's a wiki page for it. GTNH wiki RS latch automatic energy toggle guide. Yeah. Run constantly whether or not the EU they're generating is being used. In the LV era. Okay. Yeah, so they have an RS latch. They seem to have like a redstone comparator. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try to set this up, I think. That's what we're gonna try. I have a picture here. You guys are gonna see what I mean in just a second. Okay. Let's get some red alloy wires. Get a stack. We might want more than a stack, but let's start with this. I say we need more. We don't need more, but I make. Oh my god, these are seriously. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. And once it runs, it's gonna be passive. Like, it feels great. When you see a bunch of titanium and you just came from the moon, like, freaking props, man. GG. Let me be extra lazy here. Yeah, so this is done. Plates are here. Liquid is here. This is also a 40-second recipe. So, I'm not even gonna do this in here because this is garbage. Yeah, here's some redstone. We need to make 8 RS latches. If we had like truly centralized power with like a battery or something, we would not need to make so much of that, all that stuff. And actually, this is very annoying to make, but it's okay. So we're gonna make 8 of these, and then they're saying that we need redstone comparators. And then in the middle, a potential meter. Okay, so we're gonna, let's just put this here. Ooh, this is a very interesting recipe. Yeah, no, this is a very, very interesting recipe. We can get some, well, actually we got wet concrete passived. I was preparing for the twist thingy. I haven't checked on this. We have 25k, it's still fine. You only and the energy, no, apparently you need redstone comparators, and you need something called the potentiometer. I hope this thing is not expensive. It's fine. So apparently, I'm gonna try the setup. 1, because it's documented in the wiki, and 2, because I don't really want to do red crystals right now. And last time that I checked, Ruckus's setup was using only 2 energy detector covers and an RS latch, and it kept failing. The thing would get like out of sync or something. I'm sure rebooting a server or whatever like messes up with the covers, or I don't know what it is, but you can't just have like an upper limit and a down limit on the RS latch. You need some other logic in between to tell the thing like, once you're out of the range or the limit, you should stop. And yeah, that's, well, I'm probably not explaining it right, but yeah, let's try this. I'm curious about this setup as well, and might as well, because I don't think we're gonna move CBD today, to be honest. So might as well just do this, right? So let's get 32 normal redstone. Let's get 8 blocks. Oh, we're gonna need 8 more comparators. So we're gonna need a whole lot more of let's just get a bunch of redstone. These guys are also going to use redstone torches. It also means we're going to need a bunch of torches. Maybe a stack is enough. 16 plus 48, so let's get 2 stacks. Let's go do the other recipe real quick. Yeah, I think we're gonna figure out power. Sorry if it's not the most interesting thing, but I think it's important that we get this right. I don't want to have like power just failing or something. Or you know what I mean. Energy detector cover's done. Low energy signal inverted into set output. High energy signal into RS latch to turn off. Yeah, no, I completely agree with this. Like, it makes sense, but from what I remember, Ruckus had some issues where the thing would reset or whatever. They redid the setup. I think they essentially did it the same way you described it, and the same way that it was set up before, actually. But I don't know. I want to try the wiki version. I've never tried it, so might as well, right? Cathode. So we're gonna need 16 like this, but we already have 6, so we're just gonna need 10. Right? This thing is conductive plates, so we can do this right away. We have another one here, right? Yeah, assembling machine, great. Crafting table just hanging in there. I don't know if this is ooey, but I'm definitely gonna use it if that wasn't ooey. I like to blame everything on him, but if I did this, I actually have a use for this that I know I'm gonna make good use of it. So I don't know if I prepped for this or not, but there is one recipe I want to automate that only has crafting table recipe, which I can't remember what it is right now, but I'm sure I'm going to remember what that recipe is eventually. It's this guy. I want to automate this recipe. It's very stupid, but when we're going to do AE2 components, which I hoped we would have done today, but I guess I'm yapping too much, and I don't know, power is a sensitive subject. You want to don't mess up, right? This is stupid. There should be an assembler recipe to do this. I understand you don't do this every freaking, you know, day, but you don't do this in batches or whatever, but right. Got a bunch of redstone. We want to make a bunch of this. 32. So we're gonna need a whole lot more plates like this. Power gen. My favorite part is making charts that tell you what you have to do to make some. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I hate this stone plate recipe. I swear. Circuit plate, sorry. This thing is so awfully slow. It's like stupid. So we're gonna need 16 plus 32. Let's call it a stack. This is the most annoying recipe ever. The stone plates are the issue, although I should make a multi-block compressor for this to fix the issue. This thing is like 10 seconds, it's whatever, but you think titanium is ready, run it. Ship it. Let us know if it works. I'm sure you got it working. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this. We can do this. A bunch of redstone. A bunch being 48. Circuit what? No circuit? Let's do it here. And then conductive plates. We're missing 10. 10 of these. which we can totally do once we have the circuit plates. We're gonna need iron, which is easy, obviously. I can't believe I wasn't doing mob farms when we started GTNH the first time around. Like, it should be so obvious from the quest book that mob farms are OP, but I guess I know why they don't want to push for this. It's really, really broken. Just ship it, lurks, man. Just run it. Trust yourself. It's gonna work. I can tell you. Wet concrete, my beloved. Come to me. We're probably gonna need some redstone, but let's wait. So I said we need to do this guy. No circuits, so 48, 16, and some wet concrete. Oh, that's quick. I like this. This is so much better than this. This is ugly. This is good. I'm starting to enjoy myself now. 1 second. I messed up something. We made 8 comparators. We need 8 more. Which is easy, but I just don't know how to math, I guess. We need 8 more because you need 2 per, and I need 8 for one for this recipe. So it's expensive, but it's fine. 1 second, 1 second. I'm missing 2 items only: conveyor module and carbon. Automating stuff feels so sexy. It is. Automating stuff is freaking amazing, if you ask me. Obviously, I'm biased, right? We're gonna need nether quartz. 8 of it, which we already have. So let's do this here. We're gonna need more torches, actually. 24. People who can automate shit have so much sex appeal, you have no idea. Yeah, I guess that's, you know, that's a hot take, or that's a take like that you can have. It's funny. That's all I have to say. Okay, 10 plates like this. So this is going to be for automating, and then this here. Apparently I can't count. This was totally... Oh, we had some lag. This was totally unplanned, by the way, but I don't care, it's fun. So we got iron, we got 16 nether quartz, 8 redstone torches, and then our redstone comparator. And then there are blocks of redstone. All of this goes into crafting table. By the way, is anyone watching the stream in 2K? Like, I got the beta access for this, and I was wondering if anyone's using that or how it's doing, you know? Ready now, 10 stacks of rutile. Of course it's gonna work. Okay, so we just need a bunch of these. So 32, 16, 16, and 8. Can only watch at 1080p. Yeah, you do need to do some like very weird stuff to be able to watch in 2K, which I'm not a big fan of, but I understand that they need these like workaround things. to be able to get 2K to stream, but it's a shame. But I understand the probably technical limits of this, right? So let's go set it up. Let's do one and then we'll replicate, obviously. So the way the wiki explains it, and I'm going to try to read it as I do it, but the way the wiki shows and explains it, let's try to keep the same orientation and all, so that when I read it, it makes sense, right? So this is what they're saying. You have one side, which I'm going to try to read properly, but the detector cover on the right sends a max strength signal when the battery is full. So you do EU stored, normal, and then the threshold is, I learned about this on Ruckus's stream. I can't remember, but someone said you could do 100%. So like when this is full, you want to stop, right? On the left, you want to send a max strength signal for EU stored when it's empty, so 0%. We're actually going to put this at 20%. I'm going to give us a quick buffer here. The compact latch system, the wire on the right shown, comes from the non-inverted. So this one is non-inverted, meaning that this one is, yeah, so it connects to the vanilla redstone comparator and then into an RS latch. The wire on the left comes from the inverted energy detector cover. From the inverted, yeah. So we wanted this, have this inverted. And then, how about the muffler hatch? LCR is working, let's go. I'm pretty sure we cannot have anything on that combustion, on that muffler hatch. Top, middle, back, above the rear gearbox. I'm pretty sure I can't take this and move it there. I could probably do it if I rotated the these things. Let's try to make the redstone work around this. I'm missing machine covers. We should get that. This guy. This is easy. We might have some in the storage. Let's see. We might be lucky and have like 8 of them just laying around, right? We don't. So lever. Let's get 8 of them. Aluminum plate, 8 of them as well. And then let's get 576 soldering alloy. $576 soldering alloy. And this all goes into an assembler with a circuit one. It's gonna take forever, but let's just put it in here. Just so that it takes like 5 seconds. I want to get this over with. We don't need this anymore. That should be it. I'm pretty sure we can get this set up. The only thing is we cannot test the setup. The only way I could test the setup is if and I could do it, I either make some more batteries that we just start with 0, or so that we could test the upper limit, Or I just take 3 of my batteries, I delete them, and I cheat in some 0% ones. How do you have fluorine? I'm literally electrolyzing biotite from centrifuging an automatic stone dust farm. So I'm also electrolyzing biotite, but I'm getting it from crops, from IC2 crops. We're getting biotite from black granite, and we're getting black granite from the blackstone lilies, which is one of the first few crops you're gonna breed and you're gonna get. And you want to scale this up, and you want to just get fluorine. But I think what everyone else does, which is probably more conventional, is a B. And I'm probably gonna upgrade to a B eventually. But for now, I'm running I'm running crops because I love crops, you know, somewhat. So apparently energy detector cover, it says here that to pass redstone signal through to the latch if it is near maximum strength. In this example, the latch sends out the resulting redstone signal to a wireless transmitter. By the latch must be connected to machine control cover to control. They don't say what and how to set this up, but yeah, we're gonna do. So it's sending out the resulting redstone signal to a wireless transmitter, right? Or it's just sending out a signal. I think it's gonna be enabled. We're gonna wait for this one, but I'm gonna keep it like this. I think we're gonna put safe mode on. If there's any maintenance, it's not gonna try and run. The redstone needs to power the block under the controller. Well, right now it's up, right? Like this should work, right? If I put redstone here, like I don't have any lever or button, but let me yeah, we're doing the block above, but I do want to, you're right, I do want to test out that just the machine cover thing is working. Let me just get one of these. Let's do a lever just so that I can turn it on and off. We don't want to burn too much fuel out of this. Like we're testing out, that's fine, but I don't want to be burning fuel too much, right? I built all mine under the turbines. Yeah, I don't care about seeing the redstone. I think we're gonna see how it looks, right? If it's messy, the main reason I might move it down is for the muffler that's in the way. But if I do this, I'm gonna have to break these blocks and I'm gonna have to move redstone under, which is fine. But then you get into all sorts of issues where I'm gonna be bringing stuff from here and then I have to pass it here somehow, right? So like, I think you can put redstone on this. Yeah, you can. So it should be fine, but we'll see. I'm gonna do a test above and then we'll see if that works. So if I do this, yeah, that works. Perfect. So that's test number 1 completed. So next up is, so the setup from the wiki. I just messed up everything. Yeah, let's do it like this. So we have the upper limit here, which is here, and this is fine because it's full, and this is good. Now, I don't know if we can do this, but apparently you do this. And then you have this guy, and then this guy right here. Okay, it's in the chat. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7. You want to do 14. But this is clearly not connecting, right? So this needs to all Can you not make comparators? Yeah, can you not make these? Like, I would totally make these and put them in the back, sort of. Like, can you put this on the side? Oh yeah, that would look neat. Okay. Just, yeah, I want to try this setup. Yeah, explosions right next to power. That's exactly what you want to see, right? Make sure there's no spawn here. Okay, so I want to test this real quick before we go like on a tangent of like testing this out, right? I'm gonna cheat 2 of these in. I just want to see if they work. They do work. Okay, so we're gonna make a bunch of these. I find this on the outside to be quite nice looking. I know not everyone's gonna share this, but because we're gonna have comparators. We're gonna have an RS latch right here, which doesn't work either. Yeah, because then we need to send the output out. So this is still not gonna fix our issue. Interesting. Don't even know what it does. Well, so apparently this thing, this is like the red crystals, if you think about it. You can set a limit for these, so like 14, which is full strength. And when you put a comparator next to it, it basically outputs on the side of the comparator to tell it you only pass through if you're near the 14 limit, right? And I think the comparator, depending on the side, does something different. So like if you're doing full output, full strength from this side, this needs to be full strength as well. But if you're doing it from this side, it has to be emptier or something. Don't quote me on that, but I think we are going to do it underneath. I think it's going to allow us to not have to worry too much about this. Yeah, we could. Ooh. Can we do this? No. Yeah, no. Yeah, like you mean this here? Like the real solution is transmitter and wireless redstone, right? Which I can do. This is another rabbit hole, but I could do like wireless transmission of redstone and receivers. But that's like not a route I want to go down. I hate this. If this was one lower, it would be so much easier because I could do the whole setup on the back face of this. Which means like I could do this, right? I could add like a layer on top of it. And then the resulting redstone would be here, but this looks weird, doesn't it? Like even if we find like a block that's sort of pretty, you don't want to add like stuff there, right? And I'm basing my assumption on, well, yes, I could control all the turbines with only one. But let's be honest, I made everything for 8 so that they're individually controlled. They should never get out of sync. They should all use the power equally, and I totally agree this is useless, but I want to have the thing like look like, I don't know, I didn't wall share them. I'm probably gonna do this. So I'm 100% complicating everything here. I'm trying to see if there's a way. Yeah, do your thing. No, it's all good. I'm trying not to drag this for too long either, but I might have an idea. I might have an idea. Well, I guess I don't have to remove it. Yeah, it's all running on the same wires. So very honestly, I could and I should probably set all of this up with one redstone control, but I don't know. I want to get it separate. Don't ask me why. I don't know about this, but yeah, no, this is gonna connect. Or no, this is not gonna connect. Okay. Okay. Can I let's think again about these guys. Let's just test it out, right? Okay, and then let's do, oh yeah, this guy can't because this guy's here. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to figure out something else. It's probably a case of we should really just go down and under. I just don't like it. Like, it's, redstone is beautiful. We should see it, right? But it's fine. Yeah, let's do something here. I think I can use this. No? I thought I could break this. Yeah, okay. I would like to see you fit all that on each one. Yeah, well, me too. That's the thing, right? And I'm sure there's a way. Like, there has to be a way. You're hyping me up right now, and we have time to, like, we're basically over with the stream. I'm just fooling around right now, and I feel like if I can get this done, I'll feel like, you know, today was not so bad. Progress is progress. I want to make this work. So the first thing is, does this work? That's the first question I'm wondering. Snowy, I should have blocked the raids. Thank you, Snowy Cactus, for the raid. We're just fooling around with redstone on our brand new combustion gens here. We're gonna end things in like 30 minutes, but thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you like redstone, because right now we're fooling around with redstone for the end of the stream. We're trying to control power here. How are you doing? What were you guys doing in your stream? Are you also playing Greg? Thank you for the follow. And yeah, I think shouted out automatically, right? Yeah, great. So yeah, were you playing Minecraft? Yeah, you were playing Minecraft. Cool. I want to see if this is gonna, yeah, see this, or no, actually. Okay, so this thing works. It's probably using power too, or using fuel, but it doesn't work as long as this is like covered, right? Doing good. I was doing the Olmsted mod pack on Java for 6+ hours. That's freaking nice. I have no clue what Olmsted is, but 6+ hours stream. We like this around here. Yeah, it's freaking awesome. I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around this right now. People are hyping me up that we should try to make this work, you know, with like one setup of redstone per machine. I'd like to get it set up with one setup of redstone per machine, but my brain right now. To make some farming and more plants, I believe you can do it. Believe in you. Thank you. So my crazy idea was we try to set it up on one side like this, but then we have to do a setup that's different for every one of these, right? So we could try to set it up on this side. but then it gets messy real fast. So our main issue right now is we're trying to make this work with normal redstone comparators, and that's fine, but these can't work with redstone from a corner. So that's one of our limitations right now. If we change these to the Project Red comparators, we can make this work. I'm just trying my setups on a flat area before redesigning. Yeah, well, I know this setup works, right? I'm pretty certain this setup works. My main issue is the muffler hatch. Oh my god, I just fixed the issue, guys. I just fixed it. I just fixed it. Look at my big brain right now. I swear I'm big braining right now. I swear this is big brain. Listen. I swear this is me having a big brain moment. If you guys can already tell what I'm doing, you're gonna get it real fast. These machines are essentially the same upside down with the way they're set up right now, which means I can literally just flip it around 2 times. The machine is upside down now. The combustion gen is upside down, and all the muffler hatches, you know, outputting stuff down here. This should work, right? Right? There might be something up with the IO. Let me check the IO. So IO is top, middle, back, but the top is upside down now, so it's down, so that's fine. Casing, gearbox, dynamo hatch is still back and center. The intake casings are still free of anything obstructing the front. Casings are in the middle, or gearbox casings in the middle. Controller is front and center, that's fine. The input hatches are next to a gearbox because they're centered, right? We have sleeping combustion gens, yeah. How does this not work? Ooh, I know why this doesn't work. Because it needs to be here and not there. Okay, so yeah. I'm big braining-ish. It needs to be here. Listen. We're gonna move things around, but this is gonna work. We're gonna free up some space. I'm sorry, poor oxygen, but you're getting trashed. This goes here, muffler goes here. This is how all the machines are gonna be set up afterwards. Input, Ender IO, cyan, insert, oxygen, machine flipped, running fine, generating power, hopefully. No, not really. What's happening? Does this thing not like being flipped upside down? What if I do this? Okay, that works. So the muffler hatch doesn't like being upside down because it thinks that down is bad, right? Or is it? What's up? What's up with that? Let's stop this for a second, right? We're wasting power, but I don't care. I'm having so much fun right now. Why are you the... Okay. Yeah. So if I point this down and we start the machine, right? It does not generate power. It's going up in efficiency, but it's never going to generate power because it thinks that the muffler is actually going down, which is bad. But if it goes up... So for anyone that is new around here, the rules on this run is we do not have pollution on. I do not care about this block being upside down or whatever. It makes it even prettier because now I can hide this, right? I can block this for sure. Yeah, the thing is going up. That's not a bug. That's not a bug. Even if it's a bug, I mean, that's how it works right now. So now we have all the space we need to do this. which also means that I can move the maintenance hatches to make the wiring like centered on the sides here. We're cooking. I told you we were cooking, right? Listen. We are extra cooking right now. It's so messy that I have to replace everything here, but the end of the stream is going to be these 8 things being redstone controlled, and I'm just happy with it. Let's start with one. Let's not get too excited, right? I'm gonna wait before we remove all of these, but so this guy here is now gonna have. So we're gonna be alternating. It's kind of weird, but we're gonna be alternating the maintenance ash from this side and this side. Not the best, but what's the limit on this? Is it like any? Yeah, we're still gonna have the same issue, unless I put it under. No, we can't put it under. Okay, we're that's fine. It's one quirk. These are going to be alternating between this side and this side right here. And this is because of how I set up the fluid inputs, because I wanted to share these, right? Can you cover it? So yes, you can cover the maintenance ash, but then you're not going to be able to do maintenance, right? You're not going to be able. So the redstone, this guy here, the redstone wire takes the whole block. You cannot click on this ash anymore. That's why I'm saying like we have to move it. It's in the way, right? So if we just do our setup real quick, this is still pointing up. The machine controller cover is pointing up. So as long as we have a redstone power here, this thing is not making power. Okay. Do you not like having your input hatch? Okay, so we cannot, yeah, upside down muffler is fine, but we cannot cover it. You're right, Mr. Extreme. Thank you. So we're going to turn this off, and this is going to be a redstone input, right? Which I like because it's centered now. It's freaking awesome. So this, it works with vanilla as well. Okay, we're going to do the wiki setup now. So we're going to bring power up to here. We're going to do our redstone comparators, right? We're going to put the potential meter. This is a very hard word for my French brain, for anyone that didn't know. And we then get this output into an RS latch, and then we output. So power is full, this is off. If power is empty, this is all off because nothing is in here. And if we just cheat in 3 of these and throw some power away, because I want to see this turns on. That's it. That's all we need to. Yeah. I'm not French. Okay, let's not call me French. I'm French Canadian. Let's call it French Canadian, not French from France, please. But yeah. This is clean. I like this. This is why I want to be able to see the redstone. Okay, I'm loving it right now. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing everywhere. We're gonna take out this and that. I also don't need these anymore. Also, might as well copy this when I'm at it. Yeah, and we're gonna take out, or we already did, so this is getting a maintenance hatch. Let's do all this first. Yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. See, we're 100% cooking now. I'm missing some things because I need to take out. What do I need to take out? So we, oh right, the sides. So this guy's getting out, this guy's getting out. This guy's getting out, this guy's getting out. Not these guys. This guy's getting out, this guy's getting out. We should have the same amount of blocks, because now... So input hatch. Input hatch, input hatch. Input, input. From the province of Quebec. Yeah, I like that. Okay, we're good. Now, we have 7 of these. Okay, that's fine. We have an odd number. Perfect. And then we just do this all the way. This is already done. We get this guy out. We can copy, copy. Copy, copy. I'm liking this right now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hyped for this. And this is just redstone. Like this is nothing, right? But it's so late right now. I'm just having fun, enjoying myself, I guess. Let's just, no, we cannot hide the mufflers. That's very important too. Quebecers still need to call themselves French Canadians. Well, you know, for people to understand. Yeah, exactly. You get it. And I don't get offended if someone calls me French, right? I know some people get offended by this. That's why I said, you know, not French. Let's just take this out real quick. I just want to make sure these look good now. Yeah, so this can get covered. So these definitely gets covered. That's good. And I think that's it. Visually, I think this is good. Okay. And then we just replicate the entire redstone setup everywhere. So this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. Let's do the covers first. If there was a way to copy all of this, would be great, but we don't have to. We're gonna do redstone comparators. So these go here. See, this is what I like. This is 100% replicable. It's not like wired weird, because this is you know, like a one-off thing for these 8 like I just set the same thing 8 times. I can take this setup, copy it somewhere else, and it works. I don't have to worry about all this. Now, obviously, we're gonna have a centralized battery eventually. I just didn't want to do a substation today. But, yeah. We're putting all of these at 14. If you saw me mess up and you saw 15 in the chat, that's wrong. Quebecers still need to, yeah, Quebec wanted to be its own country for a bit. Yeah, that's a whole other thing, yeah. Okay, so this side is getting 100% as the threshold, EU stored, and normal. This side is getting 20% inverted and EU stored. So we're just gonna replicate this all over. This is weird. I mean, no, this is not correct. Why is this weird like that? This is definitely more like, is it the internal buffer? Yeah, it is. Okay. Did I not? Oh yeah, you're right. Good catch. Thank you. EU stored, but this one is also, oh, you're right. Okay, so universal first, or EU stored first. Thank you. It's getting late. I'm usually going to bed right about, well, in 10 minutes, to be fair. But Good catch, thank you. EU stored. Yeah, it's bound to the option you're selecting there. That makes a whole lot of sense, if you ask me. To be fair, I could have copied and pasted the number, but oh, again. That's right. This one should be inverted too. This one, the number is wrong. Cool. So it's looking good all over. Now cabling goes like this. Okay. There it is. And then we do, well, let's do the machine controllers, right? So we're going to do enable with redstone. I'm pretty sure that's what yeah, that's what we want. It's full right now, it's off. So that's what we want. So enable safe mode, that's what we're going to do. Enable safe mode. I don't know if safe mode does anything here. I'm just going to do it. I want to make sure these things don't start, you know, trying to loop and just void all of our fuel or something, you know. If anyone knows that it's actually not doing anything, sure, maybe I'll disable it, but let's be safe. So, bunch of cables here. Actually, and then RS latches, and we're good. This is super nice. I like it. I don't know about you guys, but I do like seeing my redstone like this. Even though it's all going to be always the same state, this is just nice. Like, this looks good. Eventually we're gonna have a wall that's decorated. We're gonna figure out how do we do the ramp here, and this is fine, but this is freaking awesome. I think this guy here, yeah, it's already full. It does look sick. I like it. So the only problem right now, for anyone that's joined in the past 30 minutes or so, is these cables are super, not expensive. They're expensive, but we have the resources for it. They're super long to make. They take like forever. So we're currently running a batch of them, like a stack, and it's probably not done. It was a 4-hour recipe, and I think we started it an hour into the stream. Oh yeah, it did pay off. That's exactly why I never stop. I know it's possible. We just need to figure it out. Oh, I did mess up something though. Thank you, 4OZ or 4ONS. I don't know, like how do you want to pronounce that, but thank you. I did not flip all the machines. We should flip all the machines. That's very important. So this one is flipped, but the other ones are not. By the way, I'm a huge like machine flipped enjoyer, or machine rotation enjoyer. And let me show you another very good instance of this thing, which I'm using in 2 or 3 different locations now. 4 ounce, perfect. This is probably like, not everyone's gonna like this, but this is a quad steam centrifuge that's wall sharing the middle, or the sides rather. And I'm doing all of the IO from underneath, and these things are freaking awesome. Now this guy keeps running out of steam because we're sharing the steam with some other machines. I gotta figure this out, but we're using this here. We're using this for ore proc. Let me just get this here. We're doing this for ore proc as well, and ore proc 1 Tell me this doesn't look like an elephant, please. If you don't agree, like, am I just too creative? Like, this is definitely an elephant, right? It has to be. So anyway, we're doing IO from the bottom, and this thing is full, so it's probably not running. Yeah, I think we ran out of steam at some point. We ran out of blaze rods, and that's that. Yeah, these are running, right? Yeah. So that's good. I guess ore proc has been stuck for a while. This is a bunch of redstone, zinc, gold, probably gallium in there. Yeah. EV power, yes, Uwe. We just got 24 amps of EV power. We figured out how to make the redstone work on top of it so that we don't have some weird ass redstone going through walls and or floors and whatnot. So all the redstone is all on top. It's very simple, and all we had to do is flip all of the combustion engine around. Someone said we have sleeping combustion engines. I freaking love this. All of our sleeping engines are sleeping. That's it. Or they're dead, whatever. But I freaking love this. So they're all flipped around. The muffler goes underneath. And actually, good catch I just did there. The muffler doesn't work if it's pointing down. It has to be pointing up, even though it's technically like not correct, right? It has to be facing up, otherwise the machine is not going to generate power. But even though it's facing up, you cannot put a block here, otherwise it's going to block. So it's not going to work. We've tested all this, so now that we know all this, this feels freaking amazing. Now, obviously, I would have preferred a centralized battery as well, but we can't have everything, right? Let me check chat. We're gonna try to find someone to raid. You know, share the Greg love to another stream. So this is all of the batteries, all of the combustion gens connected up. We just got to do some more cabling, bring it over here, bring it maybe to some other areas. Freaking awesome. Just got 4 EV conveyor modules from a single loot bag. That's nice. That's a nice leg up if you don't have a lot of infra to do that. That's freaking awesome. You know what's worse than flipping machines? Merging different types of machines together with shared internal useless hatches. I'm gonna end the stream very soon, but I'm gonna go show this. I don't like this, but I did do it. I'm not wall sharing, but it's close enough that I don't like it. I have an LCR next to a distillation tower, and this thing has problems apparently. And it's the only reason is they have an input and output bus to share stuff. Like something from this is going in there, right? And we do the same thing with the EBF for titanium. This is what Lurksimu just set up right now. This is titanium line-ish. I don't like doing this, but I was so lazy. I just shared it, well, not wall shared it, but I, put them together just so that we could do output into input straight up without any IO conduit or anything. I don't like this. I don't approve of this, but I did this. Now, using different machines that have the same casings and whatnot and mixing them together with wall sharing is, I don't know, but I would do it just for the fun of it. Let's find someone to raid. If you guys have any ideas of who we could raid, Cat. Oh, you know what? Well, do you guys want to see some more Greg, or do you guys want to see some like any Minecraft? Because we have Vin and Cat that are streaming, and I don't get this to rate them a whole lot. You want more Greg? Okay. I think Evangel is doing Greg. He's doing an LP only run, I think. Yeah, he's doing an LP only run. So we're gonna raid Evangel. He's at 7 hours though. Hopefully he's not ending anytime soon, But yeah, let's just raid Evangel. He's doing Greg right now. And yeah. Send him some love, some friendly Greg vibes and whatnot. Let's do that. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all, guys, just for even if you're just lurking, I'm in the background, your second monitor, whatever it is. Thank you for being here. For everyone that's chatting as well, obviously, it's just nice having people around to chat with. So yeah, if you want to see some more stuff, because I'm going to be alternating between GTNH and FTBS 2. Because Vin and Kat have a community server and I'm really excited about it. I'm doing a lot off stream, but I'm going to stream this thing for the next month every Monday. And Thursdays are going to be Greg. So I'm going to fix the schedule in Twitch. But if you want to talk more about this, or you want to see some off-stream progress updates and whatever, or you just want to fool around, come with us on the Discord. But yeah, thank you all, and let's go send some love to Evangel, and yeah, ciao.